Time is 6:30. Tonight is the last meeting of August, which means we have public comment. Public comment is for any person to come forward and speak in regards to any item that is not included on tonight's agenda. We will have 5 minutes and public comment period is open. We do have one person that is here. Bradley Beam.
There you go. I can just put this on top of it. That's what I meant. Okay.
And you'll have 5 minutes.
I provided you a handout if they might be able to provide those to you. I don't know if you have to accept them or not tonight. My name is Brad Beam, and thank you for allowing me to address the council tonight. I was asked by Kathy Robertson and Glenn Ellis to share my thoughts and experiences working with communities on companion animal welfare practices. More specifically, efforts to increase live outcomes for dogs and cats. The goal of these efforts is to reach and maintain a minimum of 90% live outcomes for dogs and cats within a community. This 90% benchmark designates community as a no-kill community. A no-kill community is one that acts on the belief that every healthy and treatable dog and cat should be saved, and that its focus should be on saving as many lives as possible through pet adoption, spay and neuter, trap, neuter, return, foster, and other community support programs. Since I only have a few minutes with you tonight, I wanted to focus on 2 communities that have achieved no-kill status, and that is Austin, Texas, and Beatrice, Nebraska. Back in 2008, when I lived in Austin, the City Council directed the Animal Advisory Commission to develop a no-kill implementation plan that required Austin to maintain a 90% save rate. At that time, when we began our efforts, Austin needlessly killed 50% of the dogs and cats in its shelter, almost 14,000 animals a year. The 38-point plan that the no-kill plan was approved by the council in March of 2010. Austin reached no-kill status in 2011, and Austin has maintained no-kill status ever since and is recognized as the largest no-kill city in the United States with a 97% save rate. I don't have time to get into specific programming, but I want to highlight the economic impact that no-kill efforts had on Austin. A 2017 study by the University of Denver determined that the no-kill policy helped drive Austin's economy to the tune of $157 million between 2010 and 2016. This 69-page study identified the positive economic impacts from increased employment, as well as increased use of pet care and retail services. But an additional benefit was the contribution that animal welfare practices had on Austin's brand equity. This impact is important as municipalities compete with each other to attract employee demographics that in turn draw new businesses and new economic growth to their communities. I provided you in the packet of materials, page 40 of the report, and it's on the City of Austin brand equity. There were 2 important findings. The report indicated that 64% of college-educated 25 to 34-year-olds said they looked only for a job after they had chosen the city where they wanted to live. The second item was that companion animal welfare practices attracted a key labor demographic, the young, mobile, highly educated, and innovative professional that serves as a catalyst for economic improvements. The study cited Google Tower's decision to relocate to Austin. A Google representative said that the city was attractive to the company executives because it was attractive to a young, vibrant, pet-loving workforce. In other words, creating a pet-friendly environment affects the city's ability to attract new residents and businesses. In the packet of materials that I'm provided for you tonight, There's a graphic representation regarding the $157 million economic impact on the city. Page 40 of the University of Denver study is included in there, which talks about brand equity for the city. And then there's an article from KXAN TV station in Austin. Like Austin, Beatrice is a community that has demonstrated a strong commitment to supporting animal services. 3 years ago, with the support from the community, the Beatrice Humane Society moved into their $1.5 million, 5.3 acre shelter. The city and county have achieved the highest save rate for an open admission shelter in the state of Nebraska with 97.7% live outcomes. Beatrice views their life-saving efforts as having a positive regional impact in their area. Also in your packet of materials, I have provided you an article from the Beatrice Daily Sun regarding successes in Beatrice, as well as metrics from the Beatrice Humane Society website that reinforce the belief that their efforts are impacting the Southeast Nebraska region, not just Beatrice and Gage County. Just so you know, last year, Beatrice Humane Society attracted 500 adopters from the Lincoln area. In closing, I want to express my admiration to the citizens of Fremont. It is truly a wonderful and caring community. Is that 5 or is that a more? Okay.
Yeah, you just have to wrap it up.
Well, I just wanted to, again, express my admiration for the city. I was here last year when you had the impact of the floods, and Forever Homes, Inc. and the Cats Angel programs, they took in hundreds of animals and they provided food and assistance to people as far as 100 miles away. And I just wanted to acknowledge that they did a wonderful job, and this is a very wonderful community. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Just want to remind everybody, we're still in public comment. If you wish to come forward, you just need to come up and sign in. You can take 5 minutes and talk about any item that's not included on tonight's agenda. If you just want to fill out a comment card, comment cards are up front, and you can grab one of those and fill those out as well. As far as the packets, council can take a packet at their leisure. Comment cards are here and sign up is here.
Hi, I'm Kathy Robertson. I wasn't intending to follow Brad, but I felt it necessary. I have met with Jamie Parson in the past. I've met with Brian Newton, Shane Weimer, it was probably 2 years ago, and spoke about this topic. I didn't have the words to put to it like he did. Brand equity, economic growth, all those things. It sounds like, it's just a bunch of animals. Please understand that this is happening across the country, and it could happen right here in Fremont, where if you are actually helping animals, you are drawing people to your town. I don't know if that Brad mentioned the study that shows you have to reach a population of at least 200,000 to bring that impact to your town. A town where kids, families can go and look at the animals at the shelter on a Saturday or Sunday afternoon. I don't believe we have that anymore. If you look at the number of adoptions that occur at that shelter, we don't have what Brad is talking about. And it is in this city's best interest economically to go that route. And it begins with city council. City council has to set the standards that they want to see happen. So I'm here tonight to ask you all to take a look at what Brad has brought to you and research it. There's a lot of data out there that shows that this does work. You have to have an entity that knows how to do it. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? Those that are on Zoom can comment as well.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I just wanted to come bring light to
Can you just state your name and address?
Rachel Tuff, 1825 North Keene, Fremont, sorry. I just wanted to shed light on, I know we have the Animal Advisory Board in place and everything right now, but there's a couple things that are outside of what their capabilities are. At their last meeting couple weeks ago, their DCHS's veterinarian came and spoke and went on record stating that he has put down, he sees 40 to 45% of DCHS's animals. And he himself has put down 5 dogs since January of 2020 with DCHS. DCHS provides the police department a monthly statistics report, and those monthly statistics report all claim, Tamar claims that she has not put any dogs down. So that I think would be something that the Fremont Police Department needs to follow up with. And it's up to, I believe, our leaders to enforce that kind of deal of, you know, not even admitting or hiding the animals or whatever. I think maybe that needs to be looked into a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to remind everybody, we're in the public comment period. You have up to 5 minutes to talk about any item that is not included on tonight's agenda. We also have comment cards available if you would just like to fill out a comment card.
Can I ask a question before I start, if it's fine? Okay, it's just my personal opinion on being on the advisory committee.
That's getting pretty close to what we're going to talk
It's
about.
just personal.
Open session.
It's not an update, it's just my personal.
It's legal. You want to?
My personal feelings towards the advisory committee.
Okay.
Trisha. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's not on.
It's not on? Okay. Trisha Homan, 1610 Watson Street. When I was asked to be on the Animal Control Citizen Advisory Board back in April, along with 7 other members of this community, it was asked of us to look at the contract between the city and Dodge County Humane Society and report any findings of any breach in the contract. Several members of this committee, I feel, have not stuck to what we were asked to do and are coming up with their own opinions as what needs to happen between the city and the Humane Society. Being on the advisory board has not been an easy task by no means. Items I have asked for have been left off the agenda. I have been told I couldn't put some agenda items on when asked them to be put on. I had asked for a couple items to be put on the agenda and told they were not allowed and had to send out 2 emails to Travis before they could be put on. And he had to send out an email stating they could. I feel like everything I have asked to have on this agenda or anything be brought up has been scrutinized. Let's see, an email was set up for the advisory board to receive emails from the public to review concerns and complaints about the Humane Society and decide if the committee would reach out to the individuals and investigate if further action would be if we would have discussion with them. And the emails were to come to each of us directly as they came in. This did not happen, and it was relayed to us that it was an IT problem, and the emails would be forwarded to us as they came in. But I'm not sure how one member of the committee was still able to still receive the emails. One member of our committee was still getting the emails and then was forwarded to us. So I feel that anyone who has also done their homework and dug into the information that we already have been provided can tell you that this committee could make a report on to the city council and not have to give any monthly updates. But I ask you please to speak to everyone on this committee and not just one person on the committee. Don't let just one person speak for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to remind everyone we're still in the public comment period. You'll have 5 minutes to speak on any item that's not included on tonight's agenda.
On the same lines as the prior speakers.
It's fine. If hers was fine, yours will be fine.
Hi, my name is Danielle Platt. I am a member of the Animal Advisory Board as well. I will second the comments made by the prior speaker, Tricia, but I would like to also add some of my own. It appears that the way the advisory committee is going, we are able to find breaches of that contract. However, we do have one member on the committee that has made it very known to us that the recommendation is going to be just that. It's going to be a recommendation because while there are breaches with the contract, it's going to fall back on the city saying the city should have attacked these items, some of them going back for 4 years. Part of it is when in the Animal Advisory Committee or the contract, it states that Dodge County Humane Society needs to report animals within 24 hours if the owner hasn't been notified. In 4 years, that has not happened once. Certain members of the advisory committee say, well, the city never addressed that issue. So rather than getting into legal, they're going to recommend like mediation for the city to talk about this with DCHS and proceed as normal. And that comes across to me, and I specifically discussed it, that this is the way it's going to go. So this advisory committee is going to have a really hard time getting anything through. And knowing that, it's kind of disheartening. It really is, because it feels like we were set up to fail at this job. And there's no way around it. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julie Kepinar. I live at 1316 Watson Street. And Danielle and Tricia and I all agree it's a waste of our time going to the advisory board committee meetings because it's already been decided. It's going to be a recommendation to the city council and the votes are going to be split 4-4. That's it. So I don't know why we are going to continue the farce. We found the breaches of contract. Our chairperson doesn't want to proceed with that, so she's not.
Thank you. We're still in public comment period. Anybody is welcome to come forward and speak on any item that's not included on tonight's agenda. We still have a few minutes left in public comment. If anybody would like to come forward and speak on any item not included on tonight's agenda, you have about 3 minutes.
May I add to what I've previously stated?
You have time left. I'm fine with that.
Okay, I am just gonna bring this to the
State your
attention.
name and address again.
Danielle Platt, 1441 East Fifth Street. We had a subcommittee meeting on August 18th, and at that time, I was advised that there would be something put on the agenda for tonight. How is it that this agenda didn't come out till August 19th, but I was told by our subcommittee head that this on Tuesday, the 18th? I'm not expecting a reply, just wanting to state that.
Time is 7 p.m. We'll begin the meeting with a pledge. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll call the August 25th, 2020 meeting to order. Time is 7 o'clock. The Open Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. We'll begin tonight's meeting with roll call.
Please vote for roll call. Six council members are present, Mayor.
Going to mayor's comments, I just want to remind council tonight, just before we get the meeting started, make sure you're hitting your mute and unmute buttons as you talk this evening. And hopefully we can get through without any squelch and backbeat issues as we move forward. We have two councilmen. I would just say they continue to stay first, the Lightman family. They are recovering, but they're still working through that process. And Councilman Bechtel is out of town for work. With that, we have some August 2020 service awards. First one is Ed Watts, 25 years of service, hired in 1995 as a police officer for the city of Fremont. He was promoted to police sergeant in 1999, and he was promoted in 2010 to police lieutenant. Next one is Laura England Biggs, 15 years of service. She was hired in 2005 as a librarian 2 for the city of Fremont. Third is Brian Moeller, 15 years of service. He was hired in 2005 as a power plant statistics tech for the city of Fremont, promoted to power plant operator in 2008. And in 2011 was promoted to an operator 2 and promoted to in 2014 to operator number 3. Corey Perry, 10 years of service, hired in 2010 as a wastewater plant operator for the city of Fremont, promoted to wastewater plant mechanic in 2013. The fifth is Ann Hoppy, 5 years of service, hired in 2015 as a library aide for the city of Fremont, promoted to library assistant 3 in 2016. And number 6, Adrian McClarity, 5 years of service, hired in 2015 as a maintenance worker 2 for the city of Fremont Street Department. Thank these folks, if you see them out in the public, for their years of service to Fremont and all they do to serve the citizens of Fremont. Thank you. First item on tonight's agenda is item number 1, motion to adopt current agenda for the August 25th, 2020 regular meeting. Is there any items to be moved either by council or by staff in regards to tonight's meeting and agenda? Councilman Jensen.
If there's no items to move, I'll make the motion to adopt the current agenda.
Is there a second? Councilman Eurer?
Second his motion.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-0, Mayor.
Moving on to public hearings. Item 2, Resolution 2020-167 of the City Council of the City of Fremont, Nebraska to approve Howard Court preliminary plat on property legally described as Lot 3 Morningside Industrial Park. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is a request for the, can you hear me? Okay. I just wanted to make sure I've got a soft voice. So this is for the Howard Court preliminary plat, which consists of 16 lots. It's associated with the previously approved redevelopment plans and a final plat that is the next item on the agenda. There will be a subdivision agreement that's brought forward. They didn't have all of the numbers in time, so that'll be on the next agenda. The Planning Commission recommended 9-0 to recommend approval to the preliminary plat. It's located at the northwest corner of Morningside Road and Howard Street, and it's zoned LI Light Industrial. The area to the north and to the northeast and to the east are all zoned General Industrial or Light Industrial. The area to the south is zoned and developed with residential uses, and the area to the west is developed with rural residential uses. It's zoned R and shown as industrial in the comprehensive plan. The 16 lots are accessed by a 575-foot cul-de-sac. It's shorter than the maximum block length of 800 feet. Section 11-71302A states that subdivisions with 30 or more lots or multifamily developments with 50 or more dwelling units shall provide no less than 2 access points to and from the existing streets. This does not meet those criteria. It's shorter and has fewer lots. The UDC states that cul-de-sacs are warranted when the street serves no more than 20 lots or is no more than 600 feet in length. This meets those requirements. Neither the fire chief or the police chief had any issues or comments. As the redevelopment plan was going through the process, some council members requested a traffic study. Typically, a traffic study would not be warranted for a development of this size. It's just a few lots and has a pretty low impact. However, the developer did provide a traffic impact analysis. The trip generation study shows that the trips that would be expected from 95,000 square feet of industrial development, and they compared that with 300 residential units, which is the development to the south. The trip generation calculations showed that light industrial would generate about 471 total trips daily, but the residential development would generate 22,857 daily trips. The traffic study concluded that the estimated peak hour trips for light industrial were less than 600 total trips during the AM and PM peak periods. Now there's a difference between the peak traffic and the total traffic, and over 100 trips in the AM or PM peak hour is typically when traffic impact studies are required. The study concluded that based on the analysis, the trip generation for the light industrial site is considerably less than a single family residential subdivision to the south. The AM and PM trips are below the typical threshold where a traffic study would be required, and the number of access points needed to serve the expected trips would be less than those required to serve a 300 unit single family residential subdivision. Looking at the lot sizes, the lots proposed meet or exceed the minimum lot size in the LI zoning district. The city engineer has reviewed the grading and drainage study as well as the infrastructure plans. His comments are attached. A type C buffer yard is required along the west side of the subdivision because that is a residential development and residentially zoned right now. The landscaping typically is required at the time of building permit, generally not at the time of a preliminary plat. I've spoken with the development attorney. I think she'll be on a little bit later, but I believe that they will address that in the subdivision agreement, and that they're also willing to do some screening abutting the residential development on the east, although it is zoned industrial. It meets the other requirements of the UDC. A grading permit and MS4 permit will be required. For a fiscal impact, this will add 16 commercial industrial lots to the tax base once the TIF expires, and then the taxes that come from the development of the property will benefit the city as well. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yurger.
Just a couple, because we talked about this earlier today. And so with regards to your comments there, I know some of the things that we talked about you didn't specifically address, but I guess I had my questions sort of answered with regards to the UDC requirements for parking and the fact that they're not reflected in the plating. And they probably can't be because we don't know who will necessarily occupy those lots or how they'll be built out eventually. But at some point that becomes a concern. And your explanation was, yeah, probably at the time of permitting. My only concern, I still have a concern relative to the lateness of that because it might affect the design, but I'll leave that at this juncture. But I do indicate that you are going to change the resolution language to correct the opening paragraph, which says preliminary, and the resolution, the resolved ordering paragraph that says final. And we need to correct that this evening. Is that right?
Right, and I have that written at the top of my staff report and neglected to state that. So when you make your motion, it should amend the resolution so that at the end, get the right, where it says now therefore be resolved, it talks about the preliminary plat, not the final plat.
I'm willing to make a motion that we amend that language now before we take further comment or public comment, but we do need to correct the last paragraph, Mayor, before we bring
That's
this up.
fine. Go ahead and make your motion.
So I would make a motion to amend the resolution 2020-167 at this time in the now therefore be it resolved paragraph where it says in the second line, Howard Court final plat subject to approval. It should say preliminary plat.
Councilmember Jacobus.
I second the motion to amend the language in that paragraph on the resolution document.
Cast your votes.
The motion carries 6-0.
Any other questions for staff? Councilmember Jacobus.
I did have a few questions, and one of them had to do with the contingents on there. It says to approve a contingent upon, and this already went through the planning commission.
That's correct.
Correct. And that was on August 17th. Is there any reason why we don't have some of that on the layout? It says revising the setbacks shown on the layout. So what would need to be revised to? And then showing the sidewalks and the MS4 permits, I guess that's just part of prior to grading. But I was surprised that those contingencies are still set there. And I believe there was a comment made during the planning commission about having a buffering plan, and you brought that up also, but I don't see anything in here holding that the task on a contingent. I just see that it has to do showing sidewalks, the setbacks, and then receiving the MS4 permits, which are standard.
Right. Those are all standard. The MS4 permit, and on the rest of these, typically the engineers and developers make the final revision once they have all of the approvals so that they're not spending the money before they know they have the approvals. The grading permit and the MS4 permit, they'll do right before they start grading, and that'll go through the process. It may have been submitted to the Public Works Department already. I don't know that. I haven't been informed about that. And then showing sidewalks on the final plat and the requested easements. Again, before we file the plat, those have to be shown.
And then what about the buffering? There's no commentary in the preliminary about any buffering, and there is a residential on the east side, correct?
That is correct. In the preliminary plat stage, the buffering is not required. Typically, that's required at the time of building permit. I'll let Heather Carver address that. She did indicate to me that she would put that in the subdivision agreement. But again, typically that buffering is not, I bring it up as a note that it's something that's required, is that type C buffer yard. But the UDC doesn't require a landscape plan with the preliminary plat or the final plat. The landscape plans are all required at the time of building permit.
Any other questions for staff? I'll open the public hearing. Heather, you would have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
We're getting it turned up.
Is that better?
Go ahead.
Okay. So my name is Heather Carver. I'm with Klein Williams Law Firm. Our address for the record is 12910 Pierce Street in Omaha. We represent the developer of this project, or this site, RD Leasing. And as Jennifer mentioned, the preliminary plat subdivides this lot on Morningside Road into 16 separate lots. As she mentioned, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the preliminary plat on August 17th, along with the conditions that are stated and that Jennifer just discussed. This is related to the redevelopment project for the RD Leasing redevelopment project that was approved by the City Council that that approves a tax increment financing for the development of 16 commercial and industrial flex buildings on this site. To refresh your memory, the redeveloper intends to construct a building in the range of around 10 to 14,000 square feet on one of the lots for their business, and intends to sell the remaining lots for development. So we have anticipated uses and what's permitted in this zoning district, including, for example, light industrial, office, retail service type uses. But we don't have those nailed down with specificity yet. The council, as you recall, approved the use of tax increment financing. And so the approval of the preliminary and final plats is the final step towards getting started on development of this site. Like Jennifer mentioned, the property is bounded by general industrial, light industrial, auto, urban, residential, and rural uses. There is one non-conforming house that's located in the light industrial zoning district that's just to the east. The staff report shows that the proposed use of the site is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's designated for industrial use. And the proposed cul-de-sac also complies with the UDC in that it serves no more than 20 lots and is no more than 600 feet in length. As Jennifer mentioned, there isn't a requirement for a traffic study, but the redeveloper did obtain a trip generation study that showed substantially fewer trips to this development based on the permitted use than the adjacent residential development. To give you some background, our redeveloper anticipates that for his lot, the lot that he is developing, which is one of the larger lots on the site, he anticipates that the semi-trailer he will be using will only make one in and out trip to the site daily. And the other side dumps that they own may make at most 2 or 3 trips per week. Like Jennifer mentioned, the lot sizes are in conformance with the LI zoning district. And the redeveloper, although not required, anticipates installing a type C buffer yard where that non-conforming house sits in order to make sure that that is properly buffered in the event that the house is still being used for residential purposes at the time that they would develop that lot. Of course, there's always the possibility that that lot could be abandoned for residential use before, I think it's lots 1 and 2 that sit adjacent to there would actually be developed. That is something that, as Jennifer mentioned, will be covered in the subdivision agreement that we are still finalizing this week. We hope to have that in final form this week so that it can be on the September 8th agenda for your review. With respect to the fiscal impact, recall that when we went through this process, the redevelopment process for this project, we noted that it's possible that some of these lots may not be subject to tax increment financing, or if the redeveloper has luck in selling off these lots quickly and getting them developed in the next 2 or 3 years, it's possible that that tax increment financing period may be shorter than 15 years to pay off the TIF indebtedness. In which case, the tax increment generated by the project could be available, to the city to be paid to the taxing jurisdiction sooner than anticipated. The final plat is on your agenda as well tonight. I'm not sure that I have anything to add to that. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will be available if there are questions at that point as well.
On Zoom. We'll close the public hearing. Any comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
If there are no further comments from council, I'd make a motion to approve resolution 2020-167 for the preliminary plat as amended.
Second. Councilman Jensen.
I will second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-0, Mayor.
Item 3, Resolution 2020-168 of the City Council of the City of Fremont, Nebraska, to approve the Howard Court final plat on property legally described as Lot 3 Morningside Industrial Park. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is the final plat that corresponds with the just approved preliminary plat. It will have a subdivision agreement, which hopefully will be coming forward at the next meeting, and will answer or contain the information about the landscaping and committing to putting the landscaping in, the costs of the infrastructure improvements and so forth. When I spoke with Heather earlier, and I'll let her confirm this, she didn't object to holding this over to the next meeting so you could vote on both of those at the same time. I know there has been some concern about doing that, separately, and I think that the developer is willing to accommodate that. I would note at the next meeting, I will be somewhere in Wyoming, and I will try to call in to give my staff report and answer any questions. Hopefully I'll have service.
Any comments or questions for staff? Councilmember Jacobus.
It's appreciative that Heather would have no issue with it, because I'm looking at our Fremont Municipal Code 11-316, and also section 315. I think we only need to have that subdivision agreement plans prior to final approval. So I would make a motion to continue this until we have receipt of and approved the subdivision agreement.
Is there a second? Councilman Yurger?
I would second Councilmember Jacobus's motion. I share her position and concerns. We've had these discussions several times relative to subdivision agreements need to precede the vote on final plat. And so in moving this to the next meeting, I'd like to make sure that we vote on the subdivision agreement content before we take a vote on final plat. I see I'm getting a head nod from legal as well. So I think that's the protocol we've been debating for some time, and we should start following it. So I second the motion.
Cast your votes. Yes, would be the public hearing as well.
Is there a public hearing on this subdivision agreement?
Yep. On the final plat. That's what I'm gonna add.
Okay.
Motion carries 5-1.
Item 4. Resolution 2020-169, approving a conditional use permit for the expansion of a non-standard use to allow the construction of a 92,070 square foot canopy and to allow the continuation of the existing non-standard setbacks and landscaping. At this time, we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. I'm going to address this item and the next one together because really it's the same staff report. The purpose of having two separate special or conditional use permits for these is that the properties are in two different limited liability corporations. So since it's two different parcels, we approached it that way. So this request is for a 92,070 square foot canopy on the north part of the Sid Dillon dealership. The next conditional use permit is for a 27,000 square foot canopy on the south side. Both of these are along Luther Street. This would be in front of the dealership. Both of these would be constituted as an expansion of a non-standard use. The parking lot would be the structure that we're expanding by putting a canopy over the top of it. And the property owner would like the non-standard relationship with the setbacks and landscaping that exists today to be able to continue. By putting the canopy in place, it considerably reduces the insurance costs related to hail, and it also provides a nicer experience for customers who want to go look at cars in the summertime and the cars aren't blazing hot, or in the wintertime, they don't have to sledge through the snow. There are examples of this both in Lincoln and in Blair, and I've included pictures of that in your packet. The property is zoned GC commercial. It's developed with 100% impervious surface. The drainage currently for the lot, most of it goes to a drainage cell that was previously installed northwest of the car dealership. And they're designing the roof canopies so that most of the drainage from that will also drain to that area to mitigate any potential problems. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Councilmember Jacobus.
I don't have any issue with this. I've seen them in Lincoln, I believe. Oh, hang on. It's not always a bad thing to have me muted. Just saying. Just can't seem to get back here. Am I good? I apologize. I don't have an issue with this. I've seen it in Lincoln, and when I'm aware of it, I've been here a long time. There's no residential areas around there. There's no that's going to be encroached on. I think it will add to the structure. There's always been a stand-up member of our community as far as the business, et cetera. The structure itself, they're very attractive. And I get it, you know, there's to keep the rain off you. It'll also help with snow and other issues of concern. So I'm going to take no issue with this. So would fully support both this one and the next one.
Any other questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
I don't have any issues either. I'm actually surprised that this has.
You're muted.
I have my space for it. No, you're not on. Yeah. I'll just go over here. Whichever technology we're on.
You're there.
Okay.
Oh, that happened.
Okay, I can't get to that screen anymore. Okay, unmuted one more time. I don't have any issues with this particularly either. Having talked with Jennifer a little bit earlier today about the drainage, whether we're draining off of a roof or whether we're draining off of hard surface concrete, which already exists there. The water containment is essentially the same. You're not changing surface area that I can see in that regard, at least not materially. So that's really kind of a non-issue. I'm surprised you haven't done this much earlier in the dealership's career because of the hail. Certainly seems to be something that probably is a cost-saving mechanism, even though it's a considerable outlay. So I don't have any issues that way. I was a little bit concerned about the drainage, but initially talking about roof drainage versus concrete drainage is really no difference. So no issues.
Any other questions for staff? We'll open the public hearing. Any comments in the public?
Good evening. Do I need to push anything here? Are we good?
Nope, you should be
Great.
good.
My name is Jerry Nelson. I'm with Architectural Innovations. Our physical office address is actually in Lincoln at 620 North 48. I helped Dillon's with the design the facility in Blair as well. And I, going from there to Fremont, Jennifer kind of summed up most of the positives, and I think you guys are perceiving that as well. I think each one we've tried to look at what we've done and improve on it. I don't know if you've been to them, but the one in Blair, we put a bunch of clear story windows on it. We plan to do that as well here. I actually just drove through it today. The light that casts down inside is very open. It's very inviting. And so it really does make a really nice and shopping environment for the customer. You know, and I know the driving force is really for the owner and the health benefits. But the benefits really are more than just benefits to the owner. They really are good for the customers as well. So be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? We'll close the public hearing. Comments from council? I would take a motion in regards to resolution 2020-169. Councilman Yerger?
I'd make a motion to approve resolution 2020-169.
Councilman Coons?
I'll second that motion.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-0, Mayor.
Item 5, resolution 2020-170, approving a conditional use permit for the expansion of non-standard use to allow the construction of a 27,216 square foot canopy, allow the continuation of the existing non-standard setbacks and landscaping. Staff report would be the same as the first. This 27,216 square foot is the area to the south of the showroom, and basically it does the same thing to the north. At this time, we would open the public hearing. I'll close the public hearing. Any comments from council? Councilman Jensen?
Yeah, let's make the motion to approve resolution 2020-170.
Councilmember McLean?
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-0, Mayor.
Moving on to the consent agenda. Thank you. Moving on to the consent agenda. All items in the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the city council, will be enacted by one motion. There'll be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member or citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda, considered separately. The consent agenda are items 6 through 12. Are there any items at this time to be pulled or removed from the consent agenda at this time? Councilman Yerger.
I have a couple questions and would like to discuss items 8 and 11 briefly.
Councilmember Jacobus.
And to make sure I was unmuted. I had a few questions of concern on number 6, but number 7, as far as the minutes, something was brought to my attention. There was a discrepancy, but I also have to abstain from voting on number 6. And then I would like to have more in-depth, I guess, narration as words by our Public Works Director, Mr. Godekin, as far as the traffic committee. And he did give a very thorough one on this same traffic study prior to the utility board. I appreciate the same done for the city council and the public.
So did you say poll 6 or you're abstaining? Okay. And 7.
Yes.
Any other items? I would take a motion to approve the consent agenda, items 9, 10, and 12.
Not 9. I pulled 9.
And 9?
Mhm.
So 10 and 12. Councilmember Jacobus?
I make the motion to approve consent items 10 and 12.
Councilmember McLean?
I will second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-0, Mayor.
Item 6, motion to approve August 12th, 2020 through August 25th, 2020 claims. Authorized checks to be drawn on the proper accounts. Councilmember Jacobus.
One of the first questions I had concerned Dostal construction or the John C. Fremont Park splash. Has that been completed in total? Because it looks like we're paying it in full. I didn't see you, Kim. Hi.
I am muted.
Okay. Kim Koski, Director of Parks and Recreation. They initially had, the total cost was $101,424. Their first pay request was for $96,000, but the LED lights were a separate part paid by the Friends of the Fremont Area Parks through Don Cunningham's donations. And so Dostal's part is complete. Our guys need to hook up to water and sewer and do some electrical work. So actually Dostal, other than coming back and showing us how to program, their work is finished.
So as far as our end of it with Dostal, they've completed their contractual obligation and it's up to us to follow through and complete. So who installs the lights?
They're actually part of the sprayers. So when the concrete was poured, those were in the ground. It's in the ground.
Okay, that's my question.
Yep.
Thank you.
You bet.
And the other questions I had did not concern Ms. Koski, but thank you. As always, very thorough. JEO Consulting, there was nothing that denoted what JEO Consulting was on board for the 19 grand. My reason for abstaining is due to Metro Community College pay being on there for that jump for them. Also, Chairman Associates, we've been getting these reports showing us where some of these monies are from prior approval, city council resolutions. And can I assume that that is not a Victoria payoff for the progress? And as far as I didn't understand, and I'm not a numbers person with CPA stuff, so I apologize. Under the utility side, it shows that we have some bond payouts and interest, and that's $473,000, and then to the one entity, and then that same entity has another $940,000. And I was wondering, are these different bonds, are these paying off? Because I know what we did combining before and pay off, and then you might explain that a bit more, a little bit more detail for me. And that is essentially my questions.
Kim, you want to take the shimmer?
Kim Koski, Director of Parks and Recreation. As far as the shimmer goes, that is the pay down for their part of the project over there, which is near completion.
It's not the final though, right?
No, it's not the final one.
JEO, the 19,000, I don't know, Dan on, and maybe he can look that up. Also, Dan, you want to answer the questions about the bond payments?
Sure. On the JEO one, that one is related to Global
Just
Senior
a minute, Dan,
Accountant.
just a minute, Dan. Try now.
Dan Goebel, Senior Accountant.
Yep, there you go.
Right, so for the JEO one, that is a progress payment on surveying of the Fremont Farmland Railroad levy. And then for the bond payments, those are two separate bonds. Let me pull that up here. They are two separate bonds, and they are on two different pages, just due to the timing of those. The first one there for the $940,000 was paid on August 10th to make the due date on that one, and then the following one is on tonight's EAL.
And one of the questions I had on that concern is that one was on Department 53 on the first page, and the other's on Department 55. So we've got wastewater treatment and then also the water department, correct? And
That
then
is
on
correct.
the second page, we have the electric department 51, and again 53 and 55. So were 53 and 55 duplicates or different separate bonds entirely? So I saw where the 51 for the electrical that we did, but the other two were repetitive. That's why I was curious where this was all going in.
They are separate. They're individual bonds. On that first page there, it's the 2015 outstanding bonds for both the water and the sewer. And then on the other one, those were originally issued or refunded, one or the other, back in 2014. So they are separate bond issues, and they are not duplicates.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Approve August 12th, 2020 through August 25, 2020 claims, authorized checks to be drawn on the proper accounts. Councilmember Jacobus will be abstaining. Councilman Yerger,
I'd make a motion to approve the August 12th through 25th claims and authorize checks to be drawn on the accounts.
Councilmember McLean.
I will second that.
Cast your votes.
The motion carries 5-0. One abstention.
My only concern was the lack of clarity under consent agenda. We have listed 22 and 23. 22 and 23 was moved immediately after the consent agenda at the last meeting, but prior to the unfinished business. So it shouldn't be included underneath consent agenda topic. It could be new business and then unfinished business and new business, but it's not part of the consent. And I realize underneath consent agenda that it shows when we approve 3, 4, 7, 8, 10, and 11, and 13, we do include all the rest of the consent items and the motions made, now it was passed. The 22 and 23 were not part of the consent agenda. They were taken up after consideration of all consent agenda items. So it's just a clarification issue.
I can add another new business heading if you want to approve them as amended.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I can approve another new business heading if that's how you'd like to amend it.
Yes, I would make a motion to amend it as you stated, and then to go ahead and move ahead to approve.
Is there a second to amend? Councilman Yerger.
I'd be happy to second that amendment.
Ready, Tyler? Yes. Cast your votes. Let me get it up on the screen too. Thank you.
The motion carries 6-0.
Any other comments in regards to the minutes? I would take a motion to approve the amended August 11, 2020 city council meeting minutes. Councilmember,
I make a motion to approve the amended minutes from the August 11, 2020 city council meeting.
Councilmember Jacobus,
I'll second it.
cast your votes.
The motion carries 6-0, Mayor.
Item 8, motion to allow a fountain to be installed in the lake at Johnson Park.
Mr. Mayor, member of council, Kim Koski, Director of Parks and Recreation. Don Cunningham has requested the use of Johnson Lake to add a floating fountain for year-round use out at the lake. He took upon himself to raise all of the funds. He partnered with the NRD and got a $5,000 donation from them as well. The fundraising that he took care of will take care of the fountain, electrical, a donor's plaque, and operational costs. Don and Nan Cunningham themselves have pledged to pay for the operational costs through 2023. And he will work on securing funding for operational cost after that. The questions that have been raised, well, what happens if the 5-year warranty is up and the fountain somehow has issues and no longer works? And Don said that we would take it to All Metals and he or somebody would work on raising funds for another fountain. $0 have been pledged for this project. The fountain has 3-year warranties, 2-year warranties for different aspects of the fountain. It has an 8 color scheme. It'll be anchored from 4 different directions. My question was, can boats still use the lake? And he said yes, because the lines will be far enough down that they won't have any issues at all. And I believe Don is on as one of the attendees to answer any further questions that you might have.
Councilman Jensen. Councilman Yerger.
I just had one question for pulling it off, and maybe it shouldn't be a question, but I'm just curious because that lake freezes every winter as a rule, and they do ice fishing, et cetera, on it. And so my question was, I love the concept. I'm thrilled that we're doing it. My only question was, since it's a year-round fountain, I'm assuming that there's some sort of provision that it doesn't freeze, that it will pump water. It might look like a ski slope eventually as it freezes, as it pumps out on top, but the pump's not subject to exposure to freezing. Otherwise, we might have damage or drainage maintenance. And I wondered if that were the case, is that a city responsibility or not? So if it's not a worry about freezing the way it's going to operate, then it's not a winter maintenance item either. I just wanted clarity.
Right. No maintenance costs will be funded by the city. That will all be through donations. And he specifically went to vendors in Wisconsin and Michigan that have those types of winters, and they assured us that it would be okay in the lake, versus trying to get a canoe out there and haul it out and then me find some place to store it. So,
Any other comments? Comments from the public? Comments from council? I would take a motion to allow a fountain to be installed in the lake at Johnson Park. Councilman Yerger.
I would make a motion to allow a fountain to be installed in the lake at Johnson Park as portrayed.
Councilman Jensen.
I will second that.
Cast your votes.
The motion carries 6-0, Mayor.
Item 9. Receive traffic committee report and consider resolution 2020-171 authorizing placement of stop sign at the intersection of Washington and South Union Streets. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Dave Godican, Director of Public Works. This is the 14th traffic committee report. There were 9 items on the traffic committee. Item 1 was a request for a stop sign on East Washington Street, or on Washington Street for the eastbound traffic, and South Union Street. The second item was request for a speed control device sign or sign on Howard Street between 3rd and 4th Streets. The third item was we had a complaint from a resident regarding over speed traffic on North Broad Street in the area of 20th and 21st Street. Fourth item was a request to rebuild the crosswalk at Clarkson Street between 10th and 11th Streets. Fifth item was for request for a no parking sign on the south side of Jackson Street from Howard to Broad Street. Sixth item was request for no parking signs on a removal of no parking signs at the First Baptist Church at 5050 North C Street. That's between 5th and 6th Street on the west side of the street on C Street. The seventh item is was a concern we had, or request we had, about the height of the hedges on the northeast corner of Summers Avenue and 23rd Street. The eighth item was a request for a 2-hour limit parking signs to be placed in front of the business at 2037 through 2039 West 6th Street. And the last item was for a no sign, no outlet sign on South Yerger Street near the transfer station off of Cloverly Road. I can give you the responses to all of them, or if there were specific questions, I could field those now.
Any questions for staff? Councilmember Jacobus.
I'm not sure if I need it or not.
Doesn't look like it.
Got it. Dave, I saw in the traffic report that you were going to have counters again when school is in session. Doesn't it, is school in session to where you're going to repeat this again? Or are you going to wait until the schools are fully at their capacity after the COVID concern is over?
Well, in the interest of getting some quicker results, we've got traffic counters out now, and some of them we've pat them out and have pulled them up already, and they will be on the August report. But, you know, right now we're just putting them out. I guess in some cases, if we have to follow up, you know, in 6 months from now, or even next year, you know, when schools get back to normal, we will certainly do that as well.
I've read your recommendations, and I was, you know, looking forward to expanding a little bit on there. You said the stop sign you recommended, and we'll have to approve that by resolution on City Council. The traffic counts, again, as you just commented, and then on Broad Street, no action to be taken other than further law enforcement activity to enforce the speeding along those streets. And then you also recommended to the street department, I assume, that they will add the handicap ramps to meet the ADA standards at 10th and 11th. That was your recommendation there.
Yes.
And the committee recommended no parking signs in Jackson, and I'm not sure, what do you do as far as gathering more information?
In this
traffic counters and then report back.
In this case,
on all of them?
We did put out traffic counters. Mostly we wanted to see how many trucks were using that, because that was the main reason for the initial inquiry on that one, because it's close to ARPS concrete, And when the trucks come down H Street and go to turn left, let's say, to get onto Jackson, if there's cars parked on both sides, it's difficult for the trucks to get around the corner and maneuver through the vehicles. There are quite a few cars parked there. I believe they're employees, one of the local businesses there. And, they're parked up and down the street. What we also did is we sent letters out to all the abutting property owners, just letting them know what we were planning on doing and getting their feedback. Because, when you take out no parking, that also means the owner of the property can't park there either. So, we just wanted to cover all our bases. So that was then placed again on the August traffic committee as well. And when I say no more further action on the speeds, if you look in your report, I do have the traffic counts that we got from the traffic counters that we put out. And in both cases, Broad Street as well as Howard Street, if you go down and look, probably the most important numbers there are how many vehicles are traveling at certain speeds in there. And then a couple lines down, I circled another number. It says what the 85th percentile speed is. That's not necessarily meaning 85% of the vehicles travel that way. It's a statistical number where you take out the really slow numbers, which might be a bicycle or just an error on the machine, and you take out the really fast ones and then get an average, of that in between volume of traffic. So your numbers aren't skewed. Like, somebody might drive down at a high rate of speed and throw the traffic percentile way off. So you look at that 85 percentile, and in both cases, the 85 percentile is the same as the posted sign. And when you post signs, that's part of the rationale too. You want to be within 5 miles an hour of that 85th percentile. In both those cases, we're right on. So in Broad Street, it's a case of the police chief has said they'll step up, enforcement there, or, just monitor it. But he's like, we just aren't really issuing that many tickets. And the same way, the one on Howard Street, since it's right by the school, we decided, well, we'll take another count during school while it's in session, just to make sure that we're getting some true and accurate numbers.
Thank you.
Councilman Coons.
Yeah, just want to clarify on item 5 that this request was not made by ours. This request was made mostly by residents with cars, and also a few of our vendors who deliver products to us. Our designated truck route for our trucks, if we use Main Street and Washington Street. If they come off of Broad Street, they use East Washington Street to Main, up Main, and then Amplify. And when we leave, it's the same way. This is not an issue with our concrete trucks for our trucks. This was from residents and some of our vendors. When there's cars parked on both sides of the street, even for an automobile coming down by us, and you get traffic coming from the other direction, everything gets to be a standstill. And the real danger is the cars coming off the bottom, they start stacking up, and then you create a traffic hazard. So that's where the concern comes from, not from our residents.
Councilman Niebuhr.
I didn't have any questions, but now that you've raised tracking speeds and keeping track of trucks, I'd like to be educated on how your traffic counters distinguish heavy trucks from regular trucks or pickups and car vehicles. How does a traffic counter actually distinguish that when you're measuring what kind of speed they're traveling? Number of taps because of the axles they have? How do you tell?
It picks up the number of axles.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Any other comments from the public? Comments from council? take a motion to receive the traffic committee report. Councilman Jensen,
I'll make a motion to receive the traffic committee report and consider resolution 2020-171.
Councilman Yerger,
Second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-0, Mayor.
Item 11, resolution 2020-173, awarding the contract to Benson Company for purchase of steel transmission structures. This time on the staff report.
Troy Shaben, Assistant City Administrator, Utilities. This item is for awarding a purchase of steel transmission structures for substation H. We advertised for bids, received 5 back. The lowest bid, including taxes, was Dutton Laneson with $150,996.26. This is substation H, which is being contributed to by Holstone. Holstone's paying 63.63%, or about $96,000 of the total is them, and about $55,000 of the total is us. It's within the existing budget. I can take any questions.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger.
I don't so much have a question as I would like to see the resolution 2020-173 amended for one reason. I'll explain the reason and then I'll make my recommendation as to the language. But in your report, you indicate that Holstone Farms is committed or has agreed to pay some $96,000 of our $150,000 expenditure. There's nothing in our backup material that indicates that other than your staff report. And so to help clarify that, I'd like to add a whereas statement to resolution 2020-173 that says, whereas Holstone Farms has agreed to reimburse the city a portion of this cost in the amount of $96,078.92, because we're going to authorize the full amount. But I want to be clear, the citizens of Fremont are only responsible for a portion. And so I'd like to make that amendment.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Is there a second? Cast your votes. I probably didn't hear it. She popped up. Cast your votes.
Can we restate what exactly we're going to be, what the amended motion is here?
Sure.
For the record, please. And if Troy can say that,
No, that's fine.
Do you want to restate that?
Yes. My motion to amend for resolution 2020-173 would be to add a third whereas statement stating, whereas Holstone Farms has agreed to reimburse the city a portion of its cost in the amount of $96,078.92. Pretty much just everything as Troy put in his staff report. I've just moved it into a whereas statement.
Any other questions? We just need, everybody has voted other than Linda.
Motion carries 6-0, Mayor.
Any other questions for Troy? Councilmember Jacobus?
I did have a question as far as the signatories on these contracts. I know that there was some discussion of the Utility and Infrastructure Board, which is an advisory board to the council, but also looking into the contract, it was very unusual that we have the buyer being listed as the chair of the Utility Board and also the secretary, which I wasn't aware they elected a new secretary who had stepped down. So just curious when an advisory board signs contracts. That's what's the document that's included in here prior to the bid proposal form and prior to a resolution, about 5 pages from the back. It shows that the buyer is the chair of the utility board, and then the person who's witnessing is the secretary. Who's the secretary? Has that been decided within the board?
No, I
It was
tried.
just an unusual signature, so I'm questioning it.
I thought I changed that because it will be.
That's an old document. I apologize for that.
Yeah.
Those first two should be gone.
Yeah.
We have that on all of our newer stuff, and I did not catch that. So this is a sample contract. So what I'll do is take those first two lines off of the buyer, and it'll just read the mayor and the city clerk. There won't be any reference to anyone on the UIB.
So that change has been made on the actual documents?
It'll be made on the actual contract documents, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Comments from the public? Comments from council? I would take a motion in regards to resolution 2020-173, awarding the contract to Dutton Lance and Company for purchase of steel transmission structures. Councilmember Jacobus.
I make the motion to approve resolution 2020-173
As amended.
as amended and contingent upon the signatories being revised prior.
Councilmember Yerger.
I'll second that motion.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-0, Mayor.
Moving on to unfinished business. First item is item 13. Ordinance 5540 for change of zone from R to rural to GC. General commercial on property generally located at northwest intersection of Highway 77, 275, and County Road S. This would be for the final reading. At this time, we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Jan, Planning Director. This is the third reading on this request for a change of zone to GC at West County Road S and Highway 77, 275. It's for a truck dealership, and this will provide better visibility and better access to the customers of that type of use. It's in conformance with the comprehensive plan. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Thank you. Any comments from the public?
Good evening. David Mitchell, 81 West 5th Street, Fremont. I represent the property owners and the contract buyers in connection with this parcel. Just by way of quick review, this involves the relocation of the existing Larson International dealership and the ultimate sale of the existing dealership. This is the first step in many steps that we're taking right now to achieve that result. So we ask for your support and happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Comments from council? Councilman Jensen.
I'll make a motion to hold the final reading of ordinance 5540.
There you go.
I will make the motion to hold the final reading of 5540.
Councilman Coons.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-0, Mayor.
Item 14. Now we'll read the third and final reading.
An ordinance of the City of Fremont, Nebraska, amending ordinance number 5427 as it pertains to the zoning map to rezone the property generally described as a parcel of land located in the southwest quarter of Section 35, Township 18 North, Range 8 East, Fremont, Nebraska, from R Rural to GC General Commercial, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing an effective date on final reading.
Ready? Cast your votes.
The motion carries 6-0, Mayor.
Thank you. Item 14. Ordinance 5541 to revise government salary plan. This would be second reading. This time we'll have staff report.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, Jennifer McDuffie, Director of Human Resources. Tonight, we are asking to hold the second reading of the government salary ordinance. As we discussed a couple weeks ago, the IAFF and AFSCME contracts provide for a 2.5% increase effective October 1st. The FOP contract provides for a 3.5% increase effective October 1st, and staff is recommending a 2.5% increase for all other non-union classifications and pay grades. I'd be happy to take any questions.
In regards to conversation had at the last meeting and looking at any kind of a separation or an automatic COLA, consideration was to have been made in 2017 up to 2019 of some of the different levels that were never reconsidered for improvement in the grade level pay. That hadn't been done. You and I had this conversation when we went through our prior budget discussions, a little bit that we had, and you were fairly new to the game, and it's now been 1.5 years, and there still has been no movement for. There's positions that have been combined and improved in the grade levels, and there's positions that have been left untouched. And I'm specifically talking about the city administrator job having been combined with the utility manager. There was a substantial increase in their level pays. And also for the assistant city administrator city side, there was a substantial improvement. There was a new position, but between 50-50 part-time job on both sides of the street for both positions, there was a substantial improvement. That said, we have a director of public works who was also city engineer. That level has never been looked at. It was said 1.5 years ago it'd be considered. It had not been done. And then when we came to the library director, that level has never been increased and it has not been looked at. And then we have also the director of communications, or 911, that was the PSAP, and as the contracts and does all the setting up, a very important role in a first response unit that rates right up there with our police and fire and handles all the dispatch. And yet that is only at a grade 21 pay, which is shocking to me, but that was something that was supposed to be considered. So I don't have an issue with doing a COLA increase. I have an issue for not addressing these grade level pays. And here we are from 2017 and now 2020. It has never been a consideration. We seem to be top heavy in some part-time positions, and we seem to be not even adequate in other positions that are combined. That said, I would not be supportive of doing an automatic COLA for temporary seasonal and also the temporary and part-time hourly areas, which also, if you have not read them, I'm talking to the council, includes council members, city physicians, city prosecutor, the mayor, and the city defense director. I would not be supportive of that on the government pay plan having a COLA increase, because right now this is a blanket. There's no differentiation between the different entities. it says one size fits all get a COLA. And I would ask that bare minimum, the temporary seasonal hourly and the temporary part-time hourly be removed from this.
So temporary positions are not included in the suggested 2.5% increase. There is no increase proposed for temporary positions at this time. There's also no increase proposed for any board members or council members. As far as your suggestion, beginning in 2017 to have some of the classifications looked at, as you may recall, I did not join the organization until 2018. This was first brought to my attention in late 2018. We did not have the budgeting to do a large salary study. So when the next budgeting cycle came around, I did budget that for the first fiscal year in the budget cycle, which is the fiscal year we're in now. As I discussed last meeting, that is in progress. We are working on getting that information. And once we have that information, then we will be taking that to finance and the department heads to determine what we have available funds for to make adjustments for next year. And then whatever we can't do, then we will be looking for the next budget cycle to make adjustments for. I believe, and then some of these positions that you mentioned, we did do a salary study on. I believe that was earlier this year. And I believe that information was shared at a meeting.
Mayor, I have a question too.
Councilman, your first.
Thank you. For the record, I'd like to start out by saying I'm certainly in support of approving the required contractual pay increases for police and fire. We've always gone through the contractual process and those have been established, as well as the utility side. So when there are contract matters already before us, we need to honor those. So that's not the issue that I'd like to discuss tonight. I think those ought to be moved to third reading. But I continue to hold the position that the across the board increases for other non-union employees are deserving of separate consideration and discussion for a few reasons, some of which are of the nature that Councilmember Jacobus might have mentioned, but those are sort of tangential to, in some respects, to doing a cost of living increase. If we need to adjust or modify the base pay salaries before applying COLA, that's something that needs to be addressed. But applying COLAs across the board, I think, is something that should be looked at separately by the council. I'm not saying that it shouldn't happen, but we should do our due diligence in that regard because they are not contractually driven, they're recommended driven. And in this time of what's created a significant impact on our nation and our community with regard to COVID impact, citizens of Fremont are not uniformly likely receiving COLA increases. Many of them are out of work, working temporary jobs to try to keep up. And I think it's important for us to do our due diligence with regards to what we need to consider paying our employees when we're in an environment where others across the city that are providing the funding and the budget dollars that we spend. We need to do due diligence there to make sure we're properly treating that. And I think further discussion in that regard is why I'm asking for to be warranted. Not that it wouldn't end up in being a COLA adjustment, I just feel we ought to be separating on a regular basis those items that are contract driven, because we really don't have an option but to honor those agreements. But for the things that are optional or voluntary, when the council does those, we should take some time to discuss those, at a separate study session or whatever, as we roll this up to bring this to council, or we can do it here. But certainly we should take a look at how we distinguish some of those. There may be opportunities if we don't afford across the board COLAs for us actually to consider putting resources in place that we know where we're somewhat deficient, like actually police jobs or fire jobs and the like. So I still would like to move to amend ordinance 5531 to remove the across-the-board increase for non-union personnel so that HR can prepare a separate ordinance that we can tackle with regards to that aspect of the increase, and go ahead and move 5541 for the contracted items to third reading. And that's my recommendation.
Councilmember McLean?
Yes.
You're muted.
Oh, sorry, hang on, I gotta get back on Zoom. Okay, now I'm good?
Yeah.
I guess I hear some of what's being discussed. I'm under the impression though that we're not being asked here tonight to approve the contracts that have already been approved. Those raises and increases are already, what we are being asked to discuss is the rest for the rest of the employees, which I understand to be approximately 80 employees. Of those, I'm not sure how many are in the salary group that Councilmember Jacobus has seemed to be focused on. But I do, from my background in city, I worked in city and county government, I did union negotiations. I'm not saying that makes me an expert, but it is very poor morale for all of your employees who are represented by ASME, FOP, all of our union employees to get an increase and then hold up an increase of any sort for the rest of the hourly employees in the city. So I just think it's a really dangerous practice. It could lead to something that's an unintended consequence that may not be positive for the city long term. So I really think we should think long and hard about approving these raises, especially as they relate to our hourly non-represented employees. I guess as a compromise, if there's some, I don't think I went that far. You know, we could hold on to the exempt positions until the study is done, if that would soften the issue for some people, but I am definitely in favor of moving forward with the increase for all of our non-represented hourly employees.
I guess I would also agree that there's, I believe it's 40 on the utility side, 40 roughly on the city side, employees. And truly, it's a kick in the teeth to be told that everybody else is getting a raise, but you're not. It's never happened in all the years that I've been mayor. One of the reasons we moved with a 2-year budget, and so you wouldn't have to go through this process. And we went to a 2-year or a 4-year term on the union negotiations, so it would fall in line with the budget process. We budgeted the salary ordinances for this year because it's part of the 2-year budget. So last year, as a council, we approved this. So to come back now and say, but I think we should look at you know, ununion, non-union employees and pay them differently, it isn't right at all. And it just absolutely is a kick in the teeth and a morale buster. That's truly would be very difficult situation to move forward and not take care of those folks. Councilmember Jacobus.
I don't know that I'm on. Am I on okay? In 2000, and I'm going to beat this up again, Ms. McDuffie had mentioned in 2018, it is now 2020 at the end of our budget year. It's been 2 years. These classifications could have easily been looked at. I'm not interested in not giving a COLA to hourly employees, whether they're union or not. I have no issue with that. My issue has been on these pay grade levels that haven't been looked at and haven't been considered. I'm not sure what a superintendent of public services does, but I would venture to guess and probably be accurate that the director of communications, which is a non-exempt employee and has to fill in and takes a lot of responsibility, should at least be above that grade level. And again, we also have other areas that are even below that in the non-union hourly that are at above grade with that. So I guess I'm taking a huge issue that's taken 2 years and this discussion hasn't been had. It keeps getting, as the mayor would say, the can keeps getting kicked down the road. I have no issue doing a full COLA across the board for all hourly, period. But when it comes to the exempt, this has got to get taken a look at. Some of these deserve more than a COLA. And I would say there's at least 3 or 4 individuals on here to where the grade hasn't been tapped. And we are top heavy in some areas on the steps and very underhanded in others. So I'm not sure where the rest of the council falls on this.
City Administrator Newton.
You know, remember, this is a budgeted item. I agree with Councilman McLean. This is very dangerous. If you try to separate the union and non-union, you've essentially just told the non-union to go unionize simply because once they negotiate a contract, you'll honor that, but you won't honor anything else. I think that's a very dangerous thing. We budgeted to do a study. It's underway. I'm sorry it's taken so long, but because of COVID, it's taken longer than we wanted. Even if the study comes back, we have a 2-year budget. Some of those changes that may be recommended, we may be able to make. It's within the budget. Some of them may be outside the budget, which if they're outside the budget, won't get done until the 21-22 budget. There's nothing we can do. I'm sorry, the 22-23 budget. Because remember, this is the 2021 budget. Next year, we have salaries already budgeted. If they fall outside that range, we can try to make some accommodations. There's no guarantee because those funds, that's one of the downsides of a 2-year budget. You've already budgeted the payroll increases for next year. And so you can't just make a lot of wholesale changes simply because it may not align with the budget. And so I think we'll get the study done. I think there are a couple of positions that we recognize that are out of line. I don't think there's very many at all that are out of line. I think Jennifer, and remember, every position we have from top to bottom falls within a certain salary range. It's because we're very thorough in making sure those job duties align with other job duties in other municipalities, and that's how they get set. We just don't take one apart and say, I think they should get more. No, they have to fall in line with comparables with other municipalities to make sure that we're in line. And that's how the salaries get set. We've budgeted this year to do the non-union. Next year, before the contracts negotiations, we'll do all the union positions. So we will get those done in the next 2 years. So Jennifer, any more to add to that?
I don't believe so. Oh, okay. The one thing I did want to mention is that the director of I do believe the director of communications position is not an hourly position. That is a salaried position. That was the only thing I needed to add.
Yeah, that's correct.
Any other comments? Councilman, you're right. I believe you may have had a motion, but I don't know if it came as a motion. And then we had a conversation. Go ahead.
I did not formally make it a motion. I inclined that I was going to. I'm happy to not do that at this time based on the discussion that we've had. It's not that I am in a position to say none of these would be subject to getting a COLA. I didn't mean to imply that whatsoever. My position, I think, going forward is that when we have ordinances to adjust the pay that are under contract, we should deal with those as an ordinance. And to deal with the rest of the pay adjustments associated with that, that should be another ordinance. They may come out just exactly as this did, but it gives us the opportunity to discuss items that are not necessarily contracted, that we might want to have this discussion that we're having tonight in more detail. And so in the future, I guess my plea would be we should separate these so that we have those uniquely brought to council. And for this one, I'll withdraw my motion to, or my suggestion that I was going to motion to separate these. I would like to say this just for the record, having come from the private sector. And I understand what's been said by you, Mayor, and by you, City Administrator, with regards to morale. However, we face these circumstances in the private sector, in which I worked for 46 years on a regular basis. And management and exempt employees were oftentimes not subject to getting a COLA when everyone else did. But in subsequent years, we might get more than that because of the budgetary concerns of the company, et cetera, at the time. And when we're spending public funds of the citizens of Fremont, I think that's the kind of diligence that we need to do. And we can still make the same decisions that we're making, that is, we're going to get COLA and we can give it to everybody. Or we can make a decision that says, you know, there are some positions that we likely should not do that this year. Or drastically in a circumstance where, and COVID is one of those drastic circumstances where you might say, this is a year we really just shouldn't do it. There are some good reasons and we'll pick it up next year. And maybe we would do more than what was in the contract for contract employees to make up for it. That's the way it works in the private sector for me. And so that's why I raised the concerns and was looking to try to have this separated so we could at least have dialogue differently about approving things that are already negotiated in contract versus things that would come across council. So I'm happy to not make that motion at this time and to suggest that we move this to third reading.
Any other comments?
Can I respond to that for a minute? Can I respond?
Well, actually, Councilman was first.
Go ahead.
Point of order, you spoke twice.
Probably.
Donna, my comment on the ask on the COLAs, I did take no issue whether it was union or non-union as far as the hourly. I continue to have the issue regarding the grade pays. And I'd like to make a motion to amend this to exclude grade levels 35 and above from the COLA. And then follow through based on that motion.
Is there a second? Councilman, you're.
Well, I would second that. At least it would give us dialogue on those particular categories and move everybody else into third reading, essentially where we are. I'm happy to second that in lieu of my original motion to just move to third reading.
Brennan, cast your votes.
Motion fails 3-3.
Any other comments? I would take a motion to hold second reading. Councilman Coons.
And make a motion to support city employees and move forward with the second reading.
Councilman Jensen.
I will second the second reading of ordinance 5541.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-1.
Now we'll have second reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska pertaining to pay plan for officers and employees, repealing ordinance number 5533 and all other ordinances and parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for publication in pamphlet form and providing for an effective date on second reading.
Item 15. Ordinance 5542 to revise utility salary plan. This would be for second reading. At this time, we'll have staff report.
Mayor and City Council, Jennifer McDuffie, Director of Human Resources. This is the utility salary ordinance. Again, IBEW contract provided for 2.5% increase effective October 1st, and staff is recommending a 2.5% increase for all other non-union utility classifications and pay grades. I am happy to take any questions.
Any questions for staff? I was actually muted. Councilman, you're.
I just want to say, without repeating the discussion we just had on the previous item, the items that I raised for consideration and discussion on item 14 apply to this item as well, as far as comments that I would have made, and so I won't repeat them here. I just wanted to state it for the record. I would have the same comments on this item.
Any comments from the public? Comments from council? I would like to take a motion, Councilmember Jacobus.
I don't take issue with the COLA on any of them, with the exception of, again, the part-time season, we just clarified that that wasn't included prior. But I would make a motion to amend this again also to exclude the grade pace 35 and above, which the prior one only affected 2. That was the top 2 on that one. And on the utility side, it affects the top 4, of which we don't have one of them in-house attorney. So I would ask that we amend it to exclude grade pace from 35 up.
Is there a second? Ready? Yes, Councilmember, you're second. Cast your votes.
Motion fails 3-3.
Any other comments from council? I would take a motion to hold second reading of ordinance 5542. Councilman Coons.
I make a motion to hold the second reading.
Is there a second? Councilmember McLean.
I will second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-1, Mayor.
We'll now have second reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska pertaining to pay plan for officers and employees, repealing ordinance number 5501 and all other ordinances and parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for publication in pamphlet form, and providing an effective date on second reading.
Third and final reading will be at the next meeting. This time it's just about 8:42. We'll take a 10-minute break and get back here at 8:52. 8:52. The meeting will begin with item number 16. Resolution 2020-174, approving ballot language for general election questions, issuing negotiable bonds in the principal amount not to exceed $10,317 for the purpose of constructing a joint law enforcement center. This is staff report.
Can you hear me? Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor, Shane Weimer, Assistant City Administrator on the city side. On July 28th, Council approved the Police Design Group to move forward with the design development stage of the Joint Law Enforcement Center, which would give us a cost of what the Joint Law Enforcement Center would actually, what we'd actually have to pay. The cost to the city of the city of Fremont is approximately $10,317,000 out of an $18.1 million project. The council tonight needs to vote on language for the ballot that would go to the voters in November of this year to determine if the city would like to go forward with the Joint Law Enforcement Center. In addition to the ballot language, the resolution provides approval for public notice and directs that the city clerk to certify the ballot language to the county clerk or election commissioner, who would provide additional public notice and place them on the ballot. I'll take any questions.
Questions for staff? Councilmember Jacobus?
I do have a question. It might sound odd. Wouldn't be my first odd question. When we were discussing this joint law enforcement, and it came down to it, this is where we were going to have, it was said we were going to ask the voters. It didn't say that we were going to ask the voters just about the bond. The question was also concerning, do they want to build a new law enforcement jointly with the Dodge County Sheriff's Department? And also, are they in favor of its location? It's almost like a 3-question ballot question. 1, should we do it? Yes or no, build a joint law enforcement, a new law enforcement center. 2, the location. Do you approve of this location, or reverse those 2? And then if you say yes, are you agreeing to bond this? Because in the back of my mind, we're agreeing to bond, should this go through the voters, this bond will be for $10,300 some odd dollars. But then it's also going to be another $8 million of taxpayer money through Dodge County that they're going to have to bond. So that city, Fremont city person is going to be taxed for $18 million in bonds to build this. So I don't think this is just a 1-part ballot question. I think it's 3. Location, and are you supportive of getting a joint? And then also the bond.
Well, it is a 2-part question, and you would have to vote for, Dodge County has to vote to see if they want it. Of course, Fremont is part of that, so the citizens of Fremont will get 2 questions if they want both Dodge County and the city of Fremont. So if the voters of Fremont don't want the county to come on board, they would vote no, and then they wouldn't try and fund the portion of Dodge County, but they would vote for the portion of the city. The county and the city have already entered into an agreement where the county's purchased land from the city where the Joint Law Enforcement Center is. So I think that the question really begs is that the citizens, if they don't want or disagree with any of your statements, they would vote no. That either they don't want the Joint Law Enforcement Center at all, or they disagree with it for its location, so it would kill itself all the way through. If they agree with all 3 of those, they would vote yes.
Councilmember McLean.
So I think to Mr. Weimer's point, this is the project. I mean, this is the project that we're taking to the voters. We've talked about taking to the voters. If there's a certain element that people don't support, then they'll vote no, as you indicated. I do think, though, to Councilmember Jacobus's point, maybe the address of the property should be included in the ballot resolution so that people, because I think it refers to property located or property owned jointly by the city and county, but it is not referenced where it is. So I would be in favor, for clarification's sake, of providing some kind of location or address. I'm not sure there is an official address, but it could, I think that's important because some people who haven't paid attention might not know. So,
well, if I may, I think that will all be panned out through the educational process as we move forward months in advance. You know, we have several community events lined up where obviously, I think you have it. Is it on this one right here? Maybe not. Either one of these. I have posters and things that will end up showing the community, and we've already put it on the city web exactly where the location is going to be. The problem with changing the language this evening means that it has to go back to the attorneys for their approvals. And if you choose not to pass this tonight, this has to be to the county clerk by September 1st. If it's not to the city clerk or the county clerk by September 1st, it doesn't go on the November ballot. The project's killed. Yep.
The other point too is that the county has
Are
their
you on, Brian?
which is what we have. They don't have the address in theirs. And so remember, there's 2 parts, their language and our language. So we're trying to keep the language very similar.
Councilman Ellis.
First, I want to voice my frustrations of this always happens. We're always down to the last meeting. It always has to be done today or it can't happen. This has got to stop. We've got to think ahead of time. We've got to give the council the ability to come in and voice the concern. We are the voice of the people. And so to bring something to us and say it's today or nothing is not acceptable. Now, going back to the organization that you used to come up with these designs, what was the name of them again?
Police Design Group.
Police Design Group. They offer a full breadth of services, is that correct?
Yes.
And one of those services is coming into the community, helping with community involvement and community engagement to find out where the best location is for a police station. Is that right?
That's correct.
And we chose not to use that service.
Well, we had already decided the location before we ever hired police.
Who decided that?
The county and the city had already, councils before you had decided that that was the location that they wanted to put in a joint law enforcement center if there was one to go forward. the councils before you had already made that decision, and they had voted on it to sell that portion to the county to where that's where a joint law enforcement center would go.
I was on council when they voted for selling the property.
To finish it.
So how many community members were involved in that decision besides law enforcement and Dodge? Was there any community involvement?
Well, the council is the community. You just said it, that the council voices the community's concerns, and the council made that decision.
I just, I'm not happy with the wording, but it sounds like we have to either take what we have tonight or not go forward.
Well, in all honesty, sir, we had more time before, but you had requested that us extend this out and go out to the community more, which tightened up your timeline for you to make a decision.
We were trying to get community input, whether they wanted this facility. Take it by no means that I'm not against that. I like Councilman Jacobus's example that I wish the citizens could vote on improving the police station or something like that, a dollar amount, but not necessarily committing to the park. So you said, in order for me as a citizen to say, I need to be able to answer all three of those questions before I vote yes, or I vote no. And for me to say, I'm not going to support the police because I'd love to be able to spend the money and upgrade their system, but I don't like where it's located, I'm voting no.
Yeah, they certainly can do that. And
that's, I think we're just not giving the citizens the proper voice and figuring out how to move forward with this plan. This has been going on for a long, long time. So it just frustrates me that we get down to the point where we just have to accept what's here or we don't. And that is extremely frustrating as councilman that represents the people of Fremont. So thank you.
Any other comments, Councilman Yerger?
I'd like to echo much of the comments that have already been made tonight. I firmly believe that getting the law enforcement center before the public has been a ratification item that is long, long past due. And as you indicated to us just a moment ago, this was brought up in years past, prior councils, et cetera. There was never an opportunity given to the public formally through any kind of a ballot measure to weigh in on whether or not they agreed law enforcement needed a new center, whether or not they wanted to have it at the tech park. That was all done without any public comment or input. And I agree with Councilmember Ellis, that was inappropriate. I'm also dismayed about the fact that we now face ballot language that it never ceases to be an unnecessary urgency and a last minute approach for us to deal with things like this. I agree. That's just, it's too critical of an item for us to be dealing with. You got to do it tonight or it's over. We could have put this on the agenda. The ballot language could have been put on the council's agenda long before this, even if in fact we were still working on the architectural design work. The comment that we had to wait for the ballot language until the new architectural work was done or we did community sampling, we didn't need to wait for ballot language to do that. Legal could have been forming this up and we could have been discussing this. That didn't happen. So that shouldn't happen in the future. This last minute approach affords little time for us to weigh in on this important item. Is the $18 million a firm number now with regards to the new architectural money that we spent, or is it still the rough estimate? And you can answer that question when I'm done with what I have to say, because if that's not the final number, then we're still asking them, the citizens, to base something on an estimate. I think we're wrongly assuming, as Councilmember Ellis kind of pointed out, that the voters have already approved the overall project. They have not. They have not approved the location. They have not approved the overall cost because we've not shared that with them. And when only like 13 people or so came to the public comment meetings that we had for the city between when we discussed the architectural designs and this, that's not really full citizen input. That was really, in my mind, what I was led to believe is what Councilmember Jacobus intimated, and that was the ballot was going to be, are you interested in building a joint law enforcement center? Are you interested in building it at this location? And are you interested in building it if it costs $18 million and we're going to have to bond it out? That's what I thought was going to happen. And we've really put the horse behind the cart. We're pushing it right to bond and saying, you assume that you've done all of this or that you want all of this. And so just stamp now that you want to do this, and it's $18 million, $10 million for city bonds, and the rest is county. I don't think that's the right approach for what we needed to do. I'm disappointed that we're here where we are. I think the public should get the opportunity to ask and answer those basic questions about the overall cost, the location, whether or not there'll ever be a jail added to that at that location, even though it may not be part of the original design. It's been rumored that there might be a jail put in there at some point in the future. They need to understand that while they're voting on this. None of that is in the ballot measure. I think the ballot language should be as transparent as possible. And there are several items in there. One of them was mentioned by Councilmember McLean with regards to the location. It's not specific. The time is not specific. What if the county does or doesn't approve what they're doing? Is the city going to take, if we approve $10 million worth of bonds, does the city intend to go ahead without the county? Because we've authorized bond issuance. That's a joint building. There should be contingency between the two, that if they both don't pass, this is dead. And if they both pass, there needs to be contingency on the time the project would start. The city can't say, put the shovels in the ground in December, and the county says, we'll put the shovels in the ground 2 years from now. That can't happen. And just, that's not clear in the ballot language.
Can I make a comment?
This started in 2010 with a joint resolution between Bob Missel, which is the chairman of the board of the county, and myself as mayor. When we formed the PSAP, and at the same time, we began the process with a resolution passed by the county board, with the resolution passed by the city council at that time, to begin the process, to begin working on a joint law enforcement center. So in 2010, we began the process of working through this. And again, we didn't have full support at that time of the sheriff's department. And we were looking at money and funding and trying to figure out, okay, we're not gonna be able to do it by ourselves, so let's look at the police department. We went down that path. We found that to be close to $16 million. And so previous councils made a decision during the budget period to continue working on it, but to continue to focus and work with the county to try and come together with a joint law enforcement center. As time went on, the whole goal was to keep the cost to the taxpayer, which is exactly what we've done with the PSAP as a joint resolution. We've saved the taxpayer in both the county and the city hundreds of thousands of dollars with one joint communication center. And again, as we move together, this interlocal would be the same way, to work together with the county to build one law enforcement center that's happening in counties all over the state of Nebraska. We have to save money, and as an organization, we have to work together to do that. So as we move forward, this has been on the burner of city government for over 10 years. And as we got closer, what we've done here, this process is no different than the city auditorium. We hired an engineer and an architect. They came up with a conceptual drawing and a plan. They said it was going to be this. We had public meetings. They came in, and those public meetings, we might have had 35 to 40 people at those public meetings. Not a great showing, but you know what? We had a lot of people that wanted the city auditorium. we went forward with a $2 million bond issue, and basically the language was, do you want the city auditorium to be, remodeled, and bring it back to life in reality. In regards to this, the Joint Law Enforcement Center, the ballot language, we met in early August, maybe late July, with the ballot attorneys. And we discussed the process of what had to be said and what direction we had to go. And we got that information. It was provided. And this language has always been, had we not gotten the language, it would have been said, well, we can't vote on the language because we don't know the number. I mean, that was already said tonight. You don't know the number, you don't know. This is the number, is 18.1 is the number, and it includes soft costs. And I think it's about as exact as we can get. And I believe Assistant City Administrator Weimer sent that out to council earlier in the week by email. So at the end of the day, you knew about this. You knew what the numbers were. You knew where it was located. The ballot language is this. It's pretty simple. If you don't like anything that we're saying here, then you don't want it and you vote no. And those that are on the county, they're going to vote no. So it's a yes or a no. It's my rant. Any other comments? Councilman Jensen.
Yeah, I'd just like to state, as far as the location goes, I mean, I've went to both of the meetings that you had, and as far as the location goes, the police department and the sheriff department, that's where they want it. They want access to the main arterials to provide better access for the city and the county. I'm sure with what will happen between now and the election, with some more of these meetings with the public, they can see and know exactly where it's going to be. I think it's a good proposal. It should move forward.
Any other comments? Councilmember McLean?
Yes, I just wanted to say, I guess, I wasn't trying to make a big issue out of the address. I just thought if we could change it, that would be nice. I get the frustration of we can't really make a change. I think bottom line here is that we've been talking about taking this to the voters for a very long time. This has been publicized, in the newspaper, on social media for years. So I don't know. I'm like, let's get it done. Let's get it to the voters. If this is the language, I'm okay with it.
Councilmember Jacobus.
I would have to echo some of the sentiments that have just been expressed, including prior. I think the location does need to be added. You could have said it again that this has to be adopted or there's deadlines. I think it'd be easily added after the word in the second paragraph, prior to the verbiage that said bonds to be dated, that we could actually add a joint law enforcement center land owned by the city of Fremont and Dodge County located at 29th and Baker Road. Some kind of definition to get that. I haven't been opposed to this, as you know. I've been voting to move along even with prior council. But I do believe that we need to be as clear and specific as possible. People need to understand where it's at. And if you explain why it's there, then state this is where law enforcement wants it, both to sheriff and the city, for access to the arterials, like Mr. Jensen said. But I do believe we need to be more specific. Here, we have land owned and we want your money. But be specific about where the location is. Because no offense, if people don't attend these meetings that are coming down the pike prior to this going on the ballot, they're not going to be any more informed than the 13 people who attend the meeting. And I have had a few individuals where I work ask me where this is located at. And I get when this has been discussed for at least 4 years that I've been on the council, it's been getting beat to death. But people still don't understand where it's located at. Give them an address of sorts, anything. It can't be that hard. to add a few words located south of 29th and on the west side of Yeager, or just simply 29th and Yeager area in the vicinity of. It'd be very easily said then. And I would make the motion to amend this language to include that.
Is there a second? Councilman Ellis?
I second it.
Cast your votes.
The motion is 4-2. Motion fails 4-2.
Are there any other comments?
When I moved to the Zoom to be able to call it, it cleared the vote.
It's not hard to have location.
Just revote.
And then get a 6-0 vote.
Heard Councilmember McLean and Councilmember Jensen voting no.
Councilmember McLean.
Hang on. Thank you. Travis, can you just expand from a legal standpoint, if we did make that amendment, would that mess up the process, or can we still have this get to the appropriate people by September 1st?
I do apologize. I'm not one of the attorneys that worked on this. I believe that we're separate. We're outside of our office too. If the language were added, it would have to get approved by whatever council did approve this language. And we'd have to have a special meeting prior to September 1st. So we'd have to get this week. So I can't answer that.
Councilman, you're.
That actually was one of the questions that I failed to ask. I am curious as to why our own city council did not craft the language for this ballot measure that we went to Baird Home to have this language done rather than in-house counsel, which if we were using our in-house counsel, not in-house, but our counsel here, we would be making this adjustment tonight on the fly, but because somebody else did it, we can't. And I'm interested in knowing why is it we didn't use Adams and Sullivan to draft our bond language?
Because Barrett Holmes has an expertise in that. They're bond counsel.
And so Adams and Sullivan didn't work through our bond counsel, and they're not here tonight to represent their work.
That's correct.
They did sit in on the meeting and they were involved with the conversation. Councilman Coons.
Yeah, is there any way we can re-vote on that? With that knowledge that this isn't been moved forward, I'd like to change my vote.
Well,
It doesn't matter.
The
It fails.
failed anyway.
Yeah, doesn't move forward.
So do you want to make a new motion?
Motion to move forward with the ballot language.
Make that a motion.
You can certainly do that.
Councilmember Jacobus.
My commentary was, why would we have to have a special meeting if we would add those few words, show no location? If we approve it to move forward with that language, why does it have to go through another routine meeting or approval? I'm not really sure where that's coming from. It's very simple to add the language. We're not changing the body, we're simply adding a location. There's no legality being changed. There isn't anything that's taken away. It's defining it. All that is stating located 29th, vicinity of 29th and Jaeger. Well, how is that changing it legally? It's clear for the voters and it's clear and concise. Takes away any wondering where the heck this is at.
Regardless, I believe that motion did fail, and I think there's a motion on the table.
Is there a second? To accept the bond or to accept the language as written. Councilman Jensen?
I will second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion fails 3-3. Motion fails 3-3.
Moving on. Item 17. Councilman, your item, animal control, Citizens Advisory Board, monthly status report. This time we'll have Councilman your.
Yes, I put this item on the agenda, and I sort of explained the rationale in the packet material that was provided to council in hopes that we could get a standing report from the Animal Control Committee on a regular basis. Now they've been operating since they were put in place back in May. And I'm not sure exactly what they would say is their level of accomplishment at this point. It certainly seems that there may be some issues with regards to what their tasks are and what they're accomplishing and the like from things that we've heard, and I have sat in on some of those meetings. So the essence of my request is really just to have a motion to put this on the city council's agenda once a month at the beginning meeting of the month, and for them to come and give a status report of whatever they're doing in their committees, subcommittees, et cetera, with regards to their fact finding. Looking for the exact language of the motion, but I take some questions with regards to the discussion of the motion itself. But the rationale was for that was to just help the council get some clarity as to what the status is. I think our intention as council, as the council, was that this wouldn't go on forever and ever and ever. They would do their contract review, state law review, and city code review, determine whether the contract was in compliance and report back. If they are in compliance, that's the report. If they're not in compliance, there should be facts and data to support either thing. Either way, that's what they were charged to come up with. So the motion that I put in the packet was this: to require a recurring monthly city council agenda item for the purpose of receiving and discussing the monthly status of the animal control contract investigation being conducted by the newly formed Animal Control Citizens Advisory Board. The status report is to be presented by the board, received and discussed by the city council. It is to be scheduled for the council's first meeting of every month, starting in September and continuing until the board completes its assigned task, that being the investigation of the animal control compliance matters. And that exact wording is in your packet, so if you have any questions specifically. But that was the intent, just to make this a regular item so we can stay up to date and make sure that they're moving forward on their task, and that we can, And if they're coming back to us at some point, they don't necessarily have to have full and complete findings. You know, if they're finding, it seems to me that there are areas of deficit with regards to compliance contract. They don't need to continue on for months and months and months and look for everything. But if they're not finding anything at all, that's also good to know. If they're having trouble getting the materials that they've asked for, and in sitting in at some of these meetings, it seems like some of the board members have asked for data as early as the first meeting and they still don't have it. That's troubling as an observer for that to occur, whether the information is coming from the city, through the city clerk or city attorney, or not coming from Dodge County Humane Society. If they're having trouble getting the material they need to do the analysis we've tasked them with, I think we need to know that. And that could be part of the report. So that's the whole purpose of getting this before council, so that we have a clear understanding of where they stand. And I hope the rest of the council shares my concern with making sure that we give them the tools to do the job and that we hear where they are.
Councilman Jensen?
Yes, I really didn't have any questions for Brad about what he was actually, but I do have questions for members of the board. I see we've got several of them here. I would like, pardon, I would like to hear from them and find out what they, if they feel this is a reasonable request to report once a month.
Any other comments or questions? Comments from the public?
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you have 4 minutes.
Okay. In answer to your question, I feel that a monthly report would be welcoming to our committee. Then we can offer information as to findings that we have already discovered or not discovered, and offer information as to things that we have asked for months ago and not received. But I think it is something that is welcoming to the committee.
I got it. Sean Shanahan?
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, council members, for bringing this item to your agenda. I think as a collective group, we're willing to supply you with any type of report that you would specifically be looking for. I also feel as one of the members of one of the subcommittees that we are moving in that direction and actually have a report that's going to be submitted to the committee with some findings on the contract, both in violation and some not in violation, as well as some ideas and proposals. I also feel like it's really important for you as the city council to fully understand where we are and what has been done to maybe also help you. Our first meeting was in May. Items were requested and a request of waiting until 60 days, giving both the city and the Humane Society ample opportunity to submit documents. The first request of documents were completely satisfied from both parties. So therefore, we did not have a June meeting. We had a July meeting of which we went through the contract and asked for additional information from the Humane Society. At this time, we have not received that. However, there was an email that was received indicating that we would be getting some of those requested items. So I'm still hopeful that those items will be submitted and or coming before our next meeting. We also, at the July meeting, made a decision and a full vote that you could find in the minutes of all all 8 members voting to break into 2 subcommittees. One that's reviewing the contract and the verbiage in the contracts, violations of the contracts and or adherence to the contracts. And then the other committee is reviewing interviews, investigations, and emails and concerns and complaints from the public. So hopefully that helps give you a little bit of an update. I would also tell you that there are agendas and minutes that are public and open to the public for each and every meeting. So it's helpful to know that you would like some items ahead of time instead of waiting till one full report. And I think that the committee as a whole would be more than willing to submit whatever you would be looking for. I also, though, want to really highlight the fact that I think that we should have an ultimate goal to be done before November with recommendations would be my recommendation as the president of that committee, as well as the recommendations that the minutes and the agendas be read and submitted to the city council as all other subcommittees. Thank you.
Here. Got it? Okay, Julie Kepinar. I'm on the email subcommittee. I've received 1 email. Where are they all going? I want to know what person on our advisory board is receiving all the emails that the email subcommittee has not received. I received 1 and it came from Tyler. So how can we do anything with emails from citizens when we aren't receiving the emails? I want to know where they're going. I want to know who has them and who's not sharing them with our committee. Where are they? It's absurd to be on a board and then be on a separate committee when you're not given and provided with the information. So the next meeting I go to, I want to see all the emails that were sent to the email set up for ACCAB. Because I have received 1.
Thank you. Any other comments?
My name is Wendy Pete, 13563 Margot in Omaha. With regards to the emails, it's such a sham. I sent emails. The only person that got it was Sean. I specifically sent one to you, Tyler, and I never even got a thank you back. Nothing. This whole thing is rigged. During these 9 months, it seems to me there's been more people trying to block information from getting out than there has been cooperation and transparency. I'm not quite sure who you people are afraid of in this town. Every board member at DCHS should have a key to the facility and be able to use it whenever they want. DCHS board should run the shelter and answer to the city, not the other way around. The main goal of animal control should be that all strays get home to their owner within 24 hours of being a stray. Transparency should be demanded by the city since they are paying over $8,000 a month for services, and the citizens should demand service to be not subpar since that $8,000 comes from their tax money. Why is video footage being kept from everyone, including the board members? Why does it seem like the city administrator and city clerk have their hands in too many decisions in this town and information can't be released? How many times can the things be left off the agenda by mistake or community emails not working? Why does it seem there's a roadblock after roadblock receiving documentation from DCH, the city, and the police? My understanding is there's certain legal timeframes that this information should be provided. When the DCH president, other board members, and animal control officers have closed door meetings at the courthouse with a judge, that is a problem. when attorneys and judges have conversations at holiday parties regarding DCHS evidence and that lady, that's a problem. When there's more effort being made to keep people from walking through DCHS kennels and looking at video footage, that is a huge problem that should scream guilty to every single one of you. The streets of Fremont are talking and no one is paying attention. Where there's smoke, there's always fire. Let DCHS sue the city. In my opinion, they're trying to cover up a lot of information that would come out in court anyway. Sue them. Who cares? So here is where I see this going. The city of Fremont and their citizens are becoming aware of their rights, what animal control can and can't do. You don't have to answer your door if they show up. You don't have to talk to them. You aren't sworn to tell the truth to them about anything. You don't have to hand your dog over to them. They can't just come and take your dog without a warrant or police presence. They can't come into your yard and take your dog without the police escorting them or a warrant. It's probably not a good idea for an animal control officer to be tippy-toeing through people's backyards at night anymore. If DCHS doesn't want to get themselves under control, if some on the advisory board want to play dumb, and the city council wants to keep pretending all is well with the animal control and the dog world of Fremont, go ahead. But this isn't going away, and we aren't going away. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Kathy Robertson, 1896 Luther Lane. I just wanted to draw your attention again to the packet of information that was left with you by Brad Beam. Wendy's right, this isn't going away. The citizens want proper animal control, proper animal sheltering. They don't want to see 56 dogs in the shelter the end of July and only 7 adoptions. Only 6 on their website as adoptable. That's wrong. That's not how this is done. That's not how shelters across the country operate. So again, I want to draw your attention to the packet of information that Brad gave you. Anyone can do it. DCHS could do it. I'm just asking that you educate yourself because it's basically your only option right now as I see it.
Any other comments?
Rachel Tuff, 1825 North Keene, Fremont, Nebraska. I just wanted to state that you guys created the advisory board. You each picked members from the community that you put in place for that. I don't know who has recommended who, but somebody needs to tell the chairperson that all these members on the board are equal members. They should all be allowed to give Tyler items to put on the agenda. And we've had 3 of them tonight join us basically in tears because they feel like you guys set them up to fail. It does fall back on city council. It's your guys' responsibility to make sure that the laws are enforced. You're supposed to make sure that, you know, this is all carried out, but is this set up to be a distraction for the citizens or what? Because it seems like this is dragging on. They're not getting anything and it was set up to fail from the beginning. And everybody's right. We aren't going away. We will come sit through all of your meetings if we need to every time to let you know that our animals matter to us. And it's time that you guys start listening and start doing something about it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments?
My name's Teresa McGrander at 1825 North Keene. I've listened and sat and watched all of you. You guys are our elected officials to represent me. I am an animal lover. I have been involved with the DHCS many years when my mother was alive. And it breaks my heart to let you people sit there and let it be dragged, the name dragged through this town like mud. You have the opportunity to make it rise and make it right. But none of you, including our legal person, is doing anything to help the citizens, to save the animals. This advisory board is frustrated with each and every one of you. And we elected you guys. And you're representing us. Please listen to what we have to say, because we aren't going away and we are growing by the numbers. Find it in your heart to find a solution to the problem that we have out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Any comments from council? Councilmember Jacobus?
I appreciate everybody that stepped up and comments, and your words do hit home. I've been frustrated just hearing repeatedly and listening to some of the meetings that one or two of the individuals didn't even understand their role on the advisory board. The advisory board was intended to one specific thing, take a look at the contract. Are there breaches? Yes or no? It's not to fix anything. Are there breaches? Yes or no? Here's the contract, here's state law, here's city municipal code. Are there breaches? Period. And somehow, some way, it went off into the North 40 and rolled in the ditch. I'm just asking you that are here and those that are online to consider what your task was and just follow through. But I appreciate each and every one of you that has stepped up and have stayed involved with the board and cared enough to step up tonight in front of us and in front of the public and say what you had to say. Because I'm hopeful that it didn't hit home just with me, but with every one of us seated here tonight. So I thank all of you.
Councilmember Gerber?
I certainly yield to any other council member that has additional comment before I resurrect a motion on the motion language that I had in the packet.
Councilman Coons?
Yeah, I would like some clarification on this agreement. It would be nice to get a report.
You're on.
You need to repeat everything I just said.
Your mic is queued. Go ahead.
Oops. Okay.
Go on, Mike.
Do I need to repeat what I just said? Okay, I got the question I have.
Space bar.
Oh, okay. Yeah, got too much going on here. Question I have, I believe a monthly report would be nice to have, but from everything that I've heard here tonight, I don't think who's going to give that report. We've already seen from the board members that there's some disagreement among them. So are we going to have 8 reports? Or are we going to have 1 report? I see. I've been following this thing for quite a few years, being on the council, and I've never seen a workable solution that pleases everybody with this issue. And so I don't know where this is going to go. Something as simple as a monthly report is not going to be simple after what I've seen here tonight. So my question to you is, who is going to give us that report? Simple question. Before I vote on a change, I want to know who we're going to be getting that report from, or are we going to be getting it from 8 people? I want to know that.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes, first of all, I don't think any of us ever intended this to be like a dismal idea or that it was a setup for failure. I mean, certainly we went into this, I think, as a council, hoping that this would be a positive. I guess though, when you look at some of our differences at times when we're each appointing someone, maybe it stands to reason that the people we appoint might also at times disagree. I went back, I did look at all the minutes from the meetings because you guys have spent a lot of time and effort. And I do think that there's been, at least from reading the minutes, there's been some things done. It's only been since May when this group was formed. So I would like maybe just, maybe we could have at one of our next meetings, and maybe we don't need, maybe the committee should just not continue as long as we originally thought. We need to have a wrap up and a summary at some point here in the next few months. Maybe have a report, a quarterly report in September. I don't really know. I know there's a lot of emotion surrounding this issue. I get that. I also understand there's an awful lot of social media activity on this. Some of it not always very nice. I don't participate in that myself, but I just ask everybody to try. Can we try to like have, you know, to get this thing to the next level? If there's things you need, that needs to be fixed. If there's IT problems, that needs to be fixed. But I hate to see everyone so upset and frustrated after 3 months of this. And when you really have, in fact, you've met 4 times, you've had subcommittee meetings in some cases. I think the idea of refreshing on what the group's mission was set out to be is important. I'm not sure a monthly report is needed. It may be too cumbersome, but we certainly do want to be involved and get updates. And so I don't have an objection to, I guess, a monthly report if that's something that can be done without imposing a lot more work and time and effort on a group of volunteers that's already spending a lot of time. I think we all want to see this issue resolved. We just want to see it resolved in the way that it should be resolved, which I don't know what that is because I don't have all the answers either. I do understand this has been an issue. You know, somebody made the comment where there's smoke, there's fire. Well, that I believe there is a little bit of truth to that. Where there's this much smoke, there probably are some issues. But having said that, I don't know what they are, and I don't have the means personally to go investigate this. I would like to understand more what these issues are, what you guys have gotten in these documents. So I think a report sometime in September is for sure in order. From there, I'm not sure if we need it every month or how long this committee will be in existence. But I thank you for your time, for your comments, for what you're trying to do. It is appreciated. I know it doesn't feel that way, and none of us set out to create something that was going to make everyone so upset and feel bad. This was supposed to be a positive thing to try to get a resolution. If it didn't work, then at some point as council, we say it didn't work. We move on to the next, whatever that is. So thank you. Hopefully we can get somewhere in the next 30 days.
Councilman Yerger.
So I'd like to address the question that Councilman Coons posed as to, well, who would give the report? And quite honestly, I didn't specify in my motion who would necessarily do that, because I guess it seems to me that's up to the Animal Control Board to establish what kind of a report they truly want to give us on a regular basis. My feeling was that this isn't any different of a kind of a request than getting a report from the traffic committee. We get those on a regular basis. We get a chance to discuss them and interact with them. I guess I felt a need from what I was hearing and observing that we need to do our due diligence in this process to assist the committee if necessary. And we can only do that if they let us know they need assistance in some way. If it's clarification as to their objectives, that's one thing. If it's helping them figure out why they can't get the documents in a timely fashion that they're asking for, well, they can present that to us and maybe we can assist in that regard. But if we don't know that there are issues in that regard, we can't be of assistance to them. And I guess as our first trial run on a committee like this, I thought monthly reports, and they can be short and brief. They don't have to be, onerous and long. They can be oral or written. I didn't specify that either. I just felt that the council needed to be as current as possible and as assistive as possible in trying to push this to the end so that this committee doesn't go on and on and on and on. They reach some conclusions relative to their findings, and they report those findings to us with facts, data, and support. It's not just we had these findings. I think as they go through this process, they're going to have supportive information for whatever findings they have, pro or con, and they can start sharing those with us periodically in these reports. And so I was vague in that intentionally, I guess, to leave that latitude with the board, Mike.
Any other comments from council? Councilman Ellis.
It was, I believe I was the one that brought the motion to create the council or the Citizens Advisory Group. And I like Councilman Linda said that it was not our intent. I think we've learned a lot from our very first Citizens Advisory Group. I think the next one going out the door will have a lot different parameters in it. And I think it's a good thing that we have a Citizens Advisory Group, and I would like to see more of them because we get citizens advice. And I'm thinking, so we're learning, and I appreciate everyone that talked tonight. Every one of you, I see the passion in your hearts and I see the passion in the voices. This is definitely, there's smoke, there's fire, and we need to get to the bottom of this, and we're not doing our job as a council if we don't. And so I never intended this to last this long. I think the council, I think the Citizens Advisory Group are starting to see some of the frustrations that we see. And so we got to bring this to an end. We've got to figure out what we have to do to bring this to an end and bring your results back. So I'm all in favor of giving monthly reviews. Hopefully that's only one or two maybe, and we get this thing wrapped up. So again, I appreciate everyone's efforts. All the members of the team, I just would encourage you to stay focused on the original task, period. Thank you very much.
Councilman Coons.
Yeah, I still want to state that I would like to know where we're going to get this report from before we move forward with this. There's obviously a lot of discourse among the 8 members. We have 3 of them here. We need to hear from the other 5. We heard from the head of the board. She gave us her intake. And so who do we go with here? That's all I'm asking. We're gonna have 1 person or 8 people? I mean, I want that answered.
Councilman Yeager.
I can't answer that question for you, Mike, and I don't intend to answer it because I think that's a decision for the Animal Control Board specifically. If they want to have a representative come, in my mind, that would be fine, but it wouldn't prohibit every other member of that board to come and sit in and voice their own comment relative to the report given, if that's the case, because they serve equally on that board and they may or may not necessarily approve of whatever report is given. If they prepare a report and that report is passed, let's say on a 5-3 vote, if 3 of those that were opposed to giving that report want to come and give their version of why they voted no, they should be allowed to do so. Yeah, and so I think they would all be invited to come. Somebody would have to step up and give the report or submit it in writing or whatever, and you would take comment on it just like we do on every other item. So I don't think we can and should narrow it and say, well, a person, a single person, chairperson, or somebody else from each subcommittee. I don't think that's for us to decide. I think their board should decide, and then they can decide if they want to come and speak individually on the matter as well. And we should leave it open-ended like that for a purpose, to give them the opportunity to express themselves. So to that end, I resurrect for the third time my motion as written in the packet. So you don't have to repeat it for the record. I would make that motion to require monthly recurring meetings until this animal contract board is dissolved.
Councilmember Jacobus.
I'll second his motion.
Could I make one comment? It's more a logistical issue. I believe the motion, it states that the report would be on the first monthly meeting for the council. I don't believe the Animal Control Board currently plans a meeting before that date. And so they wouldn't have an opportunity to meet to discuss, how the report or anything like that. So just wanted to bring that to your attention.
I guess they're free to have any meetings that they want, special or otherwise.
Councilmember Jacobus.
I would not have issue with amending the motion for the first, or excuse me, to the second meeting in September. I guess it's kind of a stumbling block because we're not going to have a special meeting to consider anything other than when is their next animal advisory meeting?
I believe it's the 16th. The
So
16th
it
of September.
would be an issue to go ahead and have the first report at the last meeting of the month, rather than starting in September. It would be actually the second meeting then, which would not be a big issue. So I would not have an issue with this year's with one of the motions.
Councilmember Yerger.
In response to the request. In response to the request, I have no problem, I guess, making the first meeting that the report would be given the last meeting in September. My goal was to get these things going as quickly as possible. My personal preference is that they would always be given at the first meeting of the month rather than the last meeting of the month, because the last meeting of the month gives the public an opportunity for open public comment, and they can't talk about anything that's already on our agenda. And so having it on the first meeting of the month was very intentional on my part. So if you want to have the first report come at the end of September, that's not my preference, but I'll yield. But in October or November, if the committee continues to go, I'd like to see it at the first meeting of the month as the motion was originally written. And I'm happy to amend it so that it says that if you want, or well, I tell you, we've been in operation for 3 months. The fact that we have yet to get some sort of an inkling report from an investigation after 3 months, waiting another month seems to be, I think we need to have one. And the more I consider it, the more I think about it, I'd like to see it at the first meeting of September. If the Animal Control Board needs to meet on a special meeting to craft a report, they should do so. City Council should direct them as to what we need to get from them, and they should respond rather than the other way around. I understand, but it's not that they haven't known about that till tonight. This has been in the agenda since Wednesday. I leave my motion up as originally recommended, and I call for a vote on my original motion.
Well, the second got amended, so we got to have a second to your original motion.
I'm going to back off and support his initial amendment, or excuse me, his initial motion as a second.
Cast your votes.
You want to do it, so. Okay.
Motion carries 6-0.
Item 18, motion to approve letter of support of North Bend Drainage District cutoff ditch. This time on staff report.
Mayor and City Council, Brian Newton, City Administrator. This item comes before you as a result of Larry Rosicka. Larry is the chair of the North Bend Drainage Cutoff Ditch. Sent in an application, well, it's a request for interest in putting in an application for a hazard mitigation grant. They immediately got back to him and said, sure, we would entertain an application for that. And so what this, and with an application has to come with it a letters of support that will say where the alternate funding comes from. And so this is a grant that it's like I don't have it in front of me, 1.7 million, I think, isn't it, Susan and Mark? I think it's 1.7 million. It's got a percentage match. And so we've met with the Joint Water Management Board to talk about that percentage match. And so the county, the NRD, the City of North Bend, City of Fremont, and then the North Bend Drainage Ditch decided to split that amount. And so our share would be $425,000 of that $1.7 million ask. However, if you read the staff report, we're going to submit another application for a community development block grant, which is what we did for the Ames cutoff ditch. And so if that's the case, it will fund our share. And so we have to have these letters of support to go in with the application. We have letters of support from the county. We have letters of support from the NRD. North Bend has passed it. We're the last one to come before us. And so I'm asking for your consideration in signing this letter of support, knowing full well that we plan to put an application in for a community block grant that would cover our share completely, but we just have to put it in with the application. So this is the first project. There will likely be many more projects, because if these hazard mitigation grant funds are going to start paying for improvements to the ditches, there's 3 ditches. This is the first one. This is kind of our test ground. This happens to only be about a 4-mile ditch, but if they're going to use federal and state funds to improve it, boy, I'm telling you, we're going to line them up, because these are one of our best defenses for floodwaters coming to Fremont. And so I think we're very, very, very fortunate that so far the state is going to consider our application. Now, remember, they haven't approved it yet, but I think we're very fortunate that they want to take a good look at this, because, and frankly, even if we had to pay $100,000, if we didn't get the community block grant, it's cheap compared to what we're going to get in federal and state money, because we're not going to get this work done on our own nickel. I mean, it's going to take federal and state funds. And so I'm really, really pleased that they're entertaining this. And I certainly encourage you to submit our letter of application. The next item is the interlocal agreement. That just basically is the agreement between the entities that I talked about. And I'll say them both right now. The North Bend cutoff ditch, they don't have the funds for $25,000. So they're going to go to that home development. Oh, the name escapes me. Susan, do you remember what that home development is out there? I said it during the Joint Water Management. Riverview, thank you. And so they've got a letter of agreement with Riverview to pay $25,000. And so that's in place. But remember, they're not a government entity. They're not an SID, so they can't sign the interlocal agreement. So the interlocal can only be between government entities. That's why you see what's before you, both in the letter of support and in the interlocals between the government entities. And so Susan and Mark are at the Joint Water Management Board. They can make some comments too about this process and how we're going through the process. So.
Councilmember Chacoulis.
Along those lines, the Lower Platte NRD has committed the 100 grand. Dodge County would contribute 100, Fremont 100, North Bend 100, which is a huge dollar amount for North Bend. And then, like Mr. Newton had said, the Drainage District Riverview would contribute 25. Now, bear in mind, that we're applying for CDBG grant money. So out of that $1.7 million that it's going to take to do this, 75% of that's going to be already funded. The remaining 450 has got to be taken over, approximately 425, 450, has to be committed in order to achieve that. But those funds could be reached through the CDBG, and that's what we're asking for. And as you also recall, this 12 entity group forming the interlocal formed not because of as a benefit to just North Bend or Ames or the Platte Township or Fremont or whatever. It's because every one of us stands to benefit along the way. So not trying to beat this up yet again. This is just another step in, and it's not going to be the last time. Hopefully we'll be successful, as Mr. Newton had said, about getting more grants, because we need to do this as soon as possible so that when the next seasons hit us, we're prepared for it. This is just one of the many steps we're going to continue to take and one of the many discussions. I know that some of us have some citizens come to us and say, why are you fixing things that aren't inside our city limits? Why are you going so far out? Because it benefits us all. We all tap into this. What's happening down there affects us here. And we saw that when those breaches happened to the numerous levees. I think there was 11 breaches total. We saw what that impact continued to be and how it was expanded on each and every time. So I'm just saying, I was supportive of this during the meeting, and I will continue to be supportive of it. Mr. Jensen may have a different outlook on it, but I believe that the players at the table are those that need to be there. And we have the full support of the Lower Platte NRD, who has been a huge partner in everything that we've done so far.
Any other comments? Comments from the public? Get over there.
I guess I didn't put it the right way.
Councilman Jensen.
I could just, only thing I could do is compare what Council President Jacobus and Mr. Newton said, that this funding has to be in place. We fully expect that we're going to get grants for it, but even if we don't, it's on the cheap. So this really needs to go forward.
Any comments from the public? Comments from council? Take a motion to approve letter of support for North Bend Drainage District cutoff ditch. Councilman Yerger.
I would make the motion to approve the letter of support for the North Bend Drainage District cutoff.
Councilmember McLean.
I will second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-0, Mayor.
Item 19 goes hand in hand. Resolution 2020-175 authorizing the mayor to execute an interlocal agreement committing the city to a share of the local match for a grant to the North Bend Drainage District for improvements to North Bend Cutoff Ditch. This was actually in the city administrator's report. Anything to add or good? Any questions? Comments from the public? Comments from council? I would take a motion in regards to resolution 2020-175. Councilman Jensen.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2020-175.
Councilman Coons.
And I'll second that motion.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-0, Mayor.
Next item is item 20. Motion to approve extension of medical and dental insurance plan, administrative services, and with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Nebraska. This time we'll have staff report.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, Jennifer McDuffie, Director of Human
Get her
Resources.
on.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Honorable Mayor and City Council, this is Jennifer McDuffie, Director of Human Resources. It is insurance renewal time again, so I have been working with a broker to renew our administrative services for our medical and dental insurance. We did have a change this year, or actually for next year. Right now, Blue Cross Blue Shield administers our plan and they offer the stop loss coverage. As you'll see in the next item, they have stopped offering the stop loss coverage, but they're still offering the administrative services. At first, they gave us, I believe it was a 12.5% or 12.8% increase. Then we went back to them, did some negotiations, and actually were able to come up with a couple of options. The most favorable option for us is a 2-year contract with a 2% increase for 2021 and a 2% increase for 21-22. That will be about $12,000 for this next year, and there'll be a similar amount for the following year. At this time, we don't have the contract, but we do need to lock in this quote with Blue Cross Blue Shield. Once we do that, then they will get us a contract, but that probably won't be until after October 1st based on past years. So at this point, we're just looking for a motion to authorize us to confirm that we will extend our coverage with Blue Cross Blue Shield or extend the administrative services contract with Blue Cross Blue Shield, and then they can get working on the contract. I am happy to take any questions. Oh, the amount's already been budgeted, so we do have that covered too. So now I'm happy to take questions.
Questions for staff? Councilman Yerger.
I just have one. The motion, as it's in the staff report, doesn't specify the option, but based on what you just said, I'm assuming the motion that you're offering is that we approve option B.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
So we need to make sure the motion indicates that we're approving option B.
That would probably be appropriate, yes.
Councilmember Jacobus.
The only question I had, Jennifer, through both this and the next one, is there any increases to the employees themselves in doing this?
There will be about a 5% increase to staff. I worked with finance on that. The finance director, Jody Sanders, and I and Dan met about that. That had kind of been budgeted in the future because we knew premiums were probably going to continue going up. We have not passed the increase for the last several years on to the employees, but this year we will be passing part of the increase on. I believe the total increase we're expecting is about, I think between the two, it's about 6.8, 6.9%. And so we'll be passing 5% on to the employees.
What will that approximate 5% cost each employee?
If you give me a second here. For example, I believe single coverage is under $100 a month. So a 5% increase would be less than $5 per month.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments? Comments from the public? Comments from council? Councilmember Jacobus, you out for?
Sorry.
Councilmember Yerger.
I would make a motion to accept the recommendation to extend the mental and dental insurance plan administrative services with Blue Cross Blue Shield with the recommendation of option B.
Is there a second? Councilman Ellis,
Second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-0, Mayor.
Item 21, motion to approve and confirm stop loss coverage with Sun Life at 200,000 individual stop loss and 50,000 aggregate stop loss. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor and City Council, Jennifer McDuffie, Director of Human Resources. So as I mentioned in the last item, Blue Cross Blue Shield is discontinuing their stop loss line of business. They are no longer going to be offering that. So we did have to look for an alternative this year. They have two preferred vendors that we did contact. They were HM and BCS. BCS declined to quote. HM, their offer was a 17.7% increase, and they also declined to cover the entire group, which means that there were some members that they were not going to offer any stop loss coverage on, and the city would have been liable for all of their claims. IMA and I felt that that was a bit unreasonable, so we went out and discussed, talked to other providers. We got two providers to quote us three to quote us. The most favorable was a quote from Sun Life. We had Sun Life quote our current level of coverage, which is actually a $225 individual stop loss and a $100,000 aggregate stop loss. And then we had them quote the 200 individual and the 500 aggregate. And actually the lower level, which would reduce our liability, the 250, came back at like 0.1% lower and less expensive for the city. So we, IMA are recommending that we go with HM, or sorry, not HM, that we go with Sun Life at the lower amounts, which would be $200 or $200,000 individual stop loss and $50,000 aggregate stop loss. Again, this is a similar circumstance to the Blue Cross Blue Shield Administrative Services. We're just looking tonight for a motion to confirm that we can proceed and lock in these quoted rates with Sun Life, and then they will get us the contracts back. That's most likely going to be very close to or after October 1st. So at this point, we're just looking to lock them in. Fits within the budgeted amounts that were budgeted for this next year, and I'm happy to take questions.
Any questions for staff? Comments from the public? Comments from council? I would take a motion in regards to the motion to approve and confirm stop loss coverage with Sun Life at 200,000 individual stop loss and 50,000 aggregate stop loss. Councilman Jensen.
I'll make the motion to approve and confirm the stop loss coverage with Sun Life.
Your second. Councilmember McLean.
I will second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-0, Mayor.
Next item, I would take a motion to adjourn. Councilmember Jacobus.
I would like to have council set aside some of our votes this evening. I'd like to reconsider item number 16 and agree to a compromise of sorts so we could go ahead and move forward with rediscussing yet again the law enforcement center to find out if a compromise is possible amongst the 6 of us, so we could still get it back to the attorney if needed for a rewrite and get this to the vote of the people. We still have a chance of doing so, because from what I understand from Mr. Weimer, that if we don't receive something to done one way or the other, it's a done deal. Right now we have locked horns. So I'd like to know if we could make a motion. I make a motion to reconsider item number 16 with the point being to come to a compromise to move forward.
Is there a second? Councilman Jensen?
I will second that.
Do we,
The issue with me is that the reconsideration specifically has to be on the agenda. Trying to, it would only be an open meetings act violation.
but can the mayor pull it back?
Claw it back.
I vote yes.
And I think just to be safe on it, this will be
It wasn't an agenda item. Different putting something towards the back of the agenda.
we'll reconsider.
Well, I'd like to rediscuss and have an opportunity to make a motion.
I think
Just to be safe, I don't think.
based on the code, I think I can move back to any item.
What section? Let me look here.
It's 2 something. I can't get my door open, otherwise I got it, but they blocked it in. So.
No, let's shoot the goose.
Article 2, Section 108, presiding officer may refer back any order of business after passing the original objective of the council.
And what section is that?
2-108.
Yep. Presiding officer may refer back to any order after passing it if there is no objection from any council member.
You can say reasonable interpretation is passing through it is also as denying. Yep. Let's do that.
So I'd like to move back to item 16. Resolution 2020-174, approving ballot language for general election question to issue negotiable bond. The principal amount not to exceed $10,317 for the purpose of constructing a joint law enforcement center.
Is there any objection from the council member?
$10,317,000.
I don't hear any objections, Mayor.
Is there any objections
Yeah.
to move back to item 16?
I am objecting.
Can you explain on what your basis of objection is, Councilman Yerger?
Yes, I'd be happy to. We had debate and discussion on this matter and failed to reach we had debate and discussion on whether we could modify or come to consensus on this when we went through this the first time. And having not been able to come to a consensus or something that was going to be timely enough because it would have to go back to legal and we wouldn't be able to make the deadlines unless we're going back for the purpose of making no modifications whatsoever and passing this with no changes. I don't see any other way how you're going to reach a compromise that doesn't have to go back to legal. And for that purpose, I see no purpose for revisiting this item. We should have done it in the original vote.
But I believe that after further discussion, knowing that we have a choice, we can modify it and pass it and get it to legal. And it is, we do have time to get it back in committee, as long as we don't have to revisit it. There's no reason why we can't add a small verbiage dealing with the location and reconsider this tonight. That's all I'm asking. We're locked towards that point, but I think all of us would like to move forward with this and get this to the voters. And if this is the one sticking point, then why not just throw that language in there and let it go to the attorneys and get it to Fred Mitty based on we're going to add some kind of a location. Something simple, 29th and Jaeger.
At this point, I think the best way to do it would be a special meeting.
Mr. Yerger, do you see it or are you going to stand?
I have no objection to a special meeting. I'm not agreeable to just recalling this to send address back to the because there are other issues that were brought up for discussion in that ballot besides the addressing. And we didn't really fully vet and discuss those. And so I think a special meeting is a better way to approach any changes to the ballot language. We should have brought this to council for discussion on ballot language far before tonight. And there's no excuse for not having done that.
Staff will move towards a special meeting. I think we got it maybe early next week. 31st is Monday.
That's what I'm saying is I don't know how we have the time to get it to Fred Mitty and to have some legal review. Well, we all shot the goose then.
Take a motion to adjourn. Councilmember Jacobus.
I'm not making a motion. I'd rather not adjourn. I'd rather beat this half to death.
Councilmember Herder.
Make a motion to adjourn.
For a second. Councilmember Ellis.
Second it.
Cast your votes.
Motion to adjourn fails 4-2.
I'll say yes. We're leaving.
Motion carries by.
We stood on principle.
Yeah. Good, 'cause I'm going out of town.